Okay, I guess we'll go hot a second early while we wait for everything. This is a new thing for us, guys, so forgive us as we learn all this ourselves. We're using a whole bunch of new programs. Hopefully it's going out everywhere on all those programs. Hopefully. We'll see, though. But yeah, we're going. This is our... What's up?
I want to see the live view. Can I see the live view of us?
Mm-hmm. Holly's got to make sure she's sorted out.
Sorry.
Yes.
My goodness.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I figured we'd need mics for the interviews today.
Yeah, we've got
headsets, but
we got good interviews today, and
it's exciting. This is our
lots of
first
stuff,
big
yes.
show as political head trauma.
Yes, and we are streaming out to everywhere right now, all at the same time. And I am quite a bit nervous.
Well, excuse
making
any
sure
bugs.
it all works.
We got a good show today. I'm very excited.
Yes. Just reaching out to...
So on Facebook, where do they find us? Under Political Head Trauma.
Mm-hmm.
In honor of Dave.
Yep. And I did reach out to Dave. He couldn't make it today. He doesn't have internet down where he lives now. He moved to apparently a backwater. I don't know how he's going to check up on all his Bitcoins and all that with it going like that. But this is our first time. And while I kind of want to explore around, make sure we're going everywhere like we're supposed to be. But we partnered with, it's called Main Street Media, or KMMU, to try to reach more people, and they're offering and we're going right there. They're offering a whole bunch of programs, a whole bunch of aid and help to for us to make this maybe profitable, marketable, whole bunch of things like that. So we're partnering with them, and yeah, it's very exciting. Man, it's an opportunity that I didn't think I'd have. I kind of started this deal with my sister 3.5 years ago. Kind of as a fun way for us to bond.
Well, there's a joke that everybody has a podcast now.
I know.
I mean, it's kind of true. There's a lot, but I think that there's not a Tooele based, and we're not just Tooele, we're Utah, we're national information. But it's been a huge source to the community to learn about what's going on in the community, learn about electeds in our community, policy, legislation. You guys built something, and the Main Street Media Group saw an interest, had an interest. I think that's exceptional, a testament to you and Dave's persistence and consistency. I mean, that's awesome. I applaud you, and I'm honored to be on here with you.
Well, we're glad you could step in when Dave had to desert the great state of Utah and head for more alligator-infested waters.
Well, he left the country of New York, ended up in the great state of Utah.
That's his refugee. He's a refugee out of New York. And,
yep, this is a whole other country.
And there's a lot of stuff. I mean, I just read today that there's been kind of a push to DACA recipients to get them into law enforcement lately, and boy, I'm torn on that. I don't know.
In Chicago, I know they're
Chicago,
allowing.
LA, if you're a DACA recipient, you cannot own a firearm in California, but if you become a law enforcement officer, you can.
There's something that you know what, I love the idea of them serving our country and earning a citizenship through that. And law enforcement is an extension of serving your country.
I kind of agree. I mean, I understand why they're separate.
Right.
We would hate if they were combined, and then that is what Washington warned us about. But You're
saying a DACA recipient, meaning somebody that was brought here as a child that had no ability to break the law.
Right now, it's DACA. I know there's certain places that are looking at extending it to
undocumented immigrants.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to search for that word. I apologize for my insolence. I was about to call them illegal aliens, and that's a word from an old time. But anyways, so we've got Gowd coming on. And then we've got Trent Staggs. Trent is going to hang around. We're hoping we can get 2 hours out of him. First hour, him talking about what he's got going on. Second hour with comments. Now, with this comes a phone line, so you guys can call in. But today the call-ins are going to be, they're going to be ran through kind of our IT guy. More than just our IT guy. I should honestly say he's kind of the guy who makes all this happen. He's the make it happen man. I don't know how this is going to work, but you can find us now. We'll get some of this beginners out.
If I can just say, though, the audience is going to play a huge role in the success of this show and the entertainment value of this show. We've got some regulars that tune in, and I know our time slot is different, and we hope to go nightly eventually. But we're just excited to be a part of this group and bring you all along with us, because when we interview people, candidates, or interesting people in the news, when we get guests on here, we want to take time to actually let you ask the questions, or at least through the comments, leave your questions and we will get to them. I'm babysitting the comments, and we want to relay what you have to say.
Yeah.
You are part of the show. Huge part.
How this commenting is going to be different, because the way we used to interface was through interface on the direct site. Now we're interfacing through a third-party site that mass streams it out. But anyways, if you want to find us or any of the other shows that are becoming a part of this Main Street Media, you can look it up. It's on YouTube. You can look up Main Street Media Utah. There's a website there. You've got KMMU. So if you search any of those, it can usually take it to you, and we're being streamed at all those places at the same time. So I don't know. That's it's kind of exciting. This modern technology is kind of magical, and if we can draw enough people to specifically the KMMU stuff to catch all of them, all the different shows, and wasn't able to listen to yesterday's show, but there are, we've got healthy eating ladies. We've got the guys that really dig into policy. And then, of course, us, we're probably going to, Holly will try to be straight laced, and then I'll drag us into the mud and ruin it. But so if you get a chance, please go check those out.
And if you have ideas for a show or somebody that you'd like us to get a hold of, and you have something, contact us on our Facebook page at Political Head Trauma. Send us a message. Reach out to us on Twitter. Comment on any of our videos on YouTube, on Rumble. We want, again, to engage the audience, and we especially want to hear from you. So for all of you that are listening after the fact, we still want your comments, and we'll cover what we can in a later show or live on the pages or the platforms.
Yeah, and stick around after the interviews. We're going to talk about some news that caught our attention this week. Another one. You heard about the FBI spy that got sentenced to 4 years? But we'll dig into that a little bit. I have lots of questions, and it's hard nowadays with news. You can't. No news comes out completely unbiased. It's ridiculous. All right.
Well, the FBI agent was interesting because he was charged with exactly what they accused Trump of doing, colluding with Russia.
All right. So we just got a message from our IT guy. I wonder why we're not being seen. Okay. He says he can't see us. So
we are on Facebook right now live.
Yeah, we're on Facebook Live. We're on YouTube Live, can be seen. We're on X Live, I guess I could.
So while you are figuring that out, I just wanted to mention that today, sorry, I'm used to us doing this at night. We're vampires. I don't understand how they let us do a day show. But one of our guests today is Mayor Trent Staggs, and he has kindly agreed to be on our kickoff show. And he's running for Senate in a really, really interesting race. As far as Republicans go, we are trying to get every Republican, every Democrat we can, independent, constitutionalist. We want to get everyone, but I'm especially excited that we've got the lineup coming up that Trent Staggs today, and then we're going to see Carolyn and Fippen. She is going to be next week, and we're reaching out to Brad Wilson's group. And you know, these shows are for everyone. And if you're not from Utah, the senator choices that Utah makes will affect you just as much as some of the senators do nationwide that affect all of us. So we want you to be involved on a national race. And then we've got a couple of seats coming open locally. And so we want to get everyone that is running for local seats on. So if you're running or you're thinking about running, please reach out to us or reach out to me through the party if you are running for the Republican seats. And let's get you on the show.
Well,
Mom.
We want to give everyone a voice.
My mom's watching, and she says we look great, so she can see us. Oh, how I love my mom. Moms are the best.
Yes, they are.
I have a good one.
Yes, you do. Hold on.
Did you really write act flaccid when needed to join us to laugh at the collapse?
Huh?
Your comment.
Oh.
It's a lot different than mine when I was sharing, but I really think it's interesting. And the one thing about our show is we have a few points. One, we want to educate. Two, I think we want to entertain, of course, inspire. And then when we can, we want to empower. And the reason those are our goals, and Jared and I couldn't be more different on a lot of things.
Yeah.
But the one thing we both feel strongly about is we love this country. We love this country, and we feel lucky to be in this country and Jared has signed that blank check to serve this country and many others.
Yeah. Believe me, I don't lean heavily into my veteran status because my time in was easy.
No, I mean, it could have been, or it could not have been. You didn't know when you signed up. Yeah. You didn't know.
I mean, the only time Clinton got busy was when,
okay.
He got caught getting busy.
I think that we never downplay what a veteran does.
Yes.
If you never left base camp or if you served in 4 tours.
I'll tell you right now, I have the utmost respect for veterans who chew dirt in someone else's backyard. The veterans of just to go through it, the veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan, of course, this is a new kind of war. It's shocking and they can't compare to each other.
No.
And I'm not trying to say, Afghanistan is uncivilized and Iraq is civilized, but it's two different. It's like comparing Indian wars is what I would look at Afghanistan as kind of being, and Iraq was more of a kind of a formal type
More
insurgency.
of a city type. Well, you said that's the hardest war to fight, right? In cities.
Well, Mount operations are a nightmare. Israel's going through that right now, and they're going to find this out. Well, they already know this. Israel is a professional army.
Sorry to go off the rails, but did you see the guy in Turkey today? Was it today or yesterday? Where he said
2 days ago, where he had a heart attack.
He said death to Israel and Allah will whatever, and then he dropped dead.
Yep. I'm thinking.
It's a coincidence, I'm sure, but
I'm thinking he needs to up that prayer stuff. God struck him down. But Vietnam that is the meat grinder. That is a meat grinder that the United States has never seen before. If you go look at the numbers, combat is measured by how many days per year you're in combat. And Vietnam tops them all. No one touches Vietnam. And that could have been... I blame that on our government. Lack of clear, coherent objectives. A whole bunch of stuff. Then obviously you got World War II. I'm a big kind of history buff on World War I. I think that's an interesting one that designed the whole world we live in today. It all comes out of Vietnam, including the troubles in the Middle East. But anyways.
But
my time in was easy.
My fathers were Vietnam veterans, and so I was raised by Vietnam veterans. And I'll tell you, I don't think they even had a term for PTSD, but my father saw action and was on the ground in the Army. And he never would talk about it. And so now I'm glad what we learned from big mistakes made after Vietnam and with those soldiers. I mean, it's day and night compared to Afghanistan and Iraq and how the soldiers were treated coming home. And
very true.
Also, the fact that they've coined a phrase for PTSD and they've been doing their best to treat it. But, the problems we have with soldiers and suicide is highly, highly scary to me.
Very true. 22 a day, I believe, is the numbers right now. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But anyways, I want to because we do try to serve the community, we have one announcement coming up, and we could kind of lean into others, but they're, not as fun. But there's not a lot of activities going on in the county right now, obviously, with the build up to Christmas. But Tooele Community Concert at the Lake Point LDS Church. It's going to be the Ochre Mountain Bell Choir. I've never heard them. I'm sure they'll be singing Christmas songs. So if you're in the need for a little Christmas spirit pick-me-up, it's Sunday, December 17th at 7 p.m. at the Lake Point LDS Church. Go down and check that out and support them. And that's pretty cool. Lake Point's putting that on. That's probably a church not many people in the county find their way into. And how cool would that be if we flooded Lake Point Church and made it look like J. Golden Kimball was coming to give a speech? Do you know who J. Golden Kimball is?
No.
We should do a show on him one day.
Well, what's this gingerbread thing? This paint night?
Yeah, it happened yesterday.
Okay, well, I'm sorry I didn't know about it.
Yeah, that would have been fun. How many out there would like to hear a show just talking about J. Golden Kimball history?
Blink twice if you want us to do a show about him.
How do you not know about him? You grew up Mormon, right?
If you're not blinking. Are you talking about President Kimball?
No, he wasn't president. He was like 14th son of the 14th wife or something. But
Kimball from the church leadership?
Yeah, he was in the church leadership. J. Golden Kimball.
That doesn't sound right. Isn't there another name, another Kimball?
Well, there's lots of
Gordon.
Kimballs. Yeah. There's lots of Kimballs, but there's only one J. Golden.
I don't know, and I'm not
he said
caught up on my church.
God, let me think. He was around at the turn of the century.
Oh yeah, so when I was around, when I was born.
Oh, okay, back in my day. Let's talk about one of his funny sayings. He's sitting in...
this better be hilarious.
He's sitting in a coffee house in Salt Lake. When he was in the presidency, he was in the quorum of wherever. I'm not a religious guy. But anyways, he's sitting in there, and...
this is going great.
But anyway, sorry, I got a message.
For people not watching.
I got a message from our IT guy. He's sitting in there drinking a cup of coffee. And a guy come up to him and says, "Brother Kimball, is that you?"
I'm not supposed to drink coffee.
I said, "Yes, sir." Well, he was a cowboy before he got roped into this. That's a story we ought to tell. And he said, "Yes, sir." He says, "That's coffee you're drinking?" He says, "Yes, sir." He says, "I would sooner fornicate than drink any of that swill or whatever." And he said, "So would I, brother. So would I."
Okay.
They called him the cursing prophet or cursing apostle because he was known to curse. But,
so he was human.
Yes. But interesting story. If you get the chance, go learn about J. Golden Kimball. We're still waiting for Gowd to get on. He should be on here.
Why don't you talk about and give him an intro so that we know what we're expecting with our first guest?
I would like to. Gowd ran for. We're getting a lot of lag. Apparently.
Hang with us. And if you can't see us on YouTube, then watch us on Facebook.
Trying to scrub this
Political Head Trauma. That's our name. So look us up on Facebook. We are live. And we'll have the podcast posted just after the show.
Yeah, I'll clean it up and put it up live. But so Gowd reached out to me and said, "Have you seen this?" And there's a vote going on in Salt Lake County about, I guess, proper etiquette in changing rooms at gyms and swimming pools and things like that.
At schools.
Yes, at schools. And not at schools. I don't think it's schools.
Oh, I thought it was.
Salt Lake County wouldn't deal with schools.
Okay.
Yeah, Salt Lake County would deal with county stuff. But here's Gowd right now. So bear with me while I pull this all up.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I'm an old lady.
It's an old one back in my day.
Back support. I'm an old lady.
Okay. All right. Gowd, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. I'm just setting up the video feed right now.
Hi, Gowd. I'm Holly. Welcome to the show.
Oh, hi, Holly. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Good.
Thanks for having me.
Yes.
Thanks for being on our premiere show. This is our first kickoff show for Political Head Trauma, and you are our first guest.
Oh.
So welcome.
Oh, I didn't even know that. That's cool.
Yeah. So, all right, Gowd, give us a little bit of your backstory. We met you when you were running. You were running for treasurer, weren't you, or auditor?
No, for our county clerk.
County clerk. Okay. All right. Salt Lake County clerk.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I ran the Salt Lake County GOP's Election Integrity Committee in 2021. Then I ran for Salt Lake County Clerk in 2022. After that, I led the Utah Log Cabin Republicans until they were dissolved. We got dissolved though in October.
Through the SEC, or?
No, we weren't actually officially affiliated with the party, but the national group told me 17 elected officials from Utah contacted them to shut us down.
Why?
I think because we're more conservative than maybe what they expected.
Oh.
And they only named two, though. They told us it was Senator Todd Weiler and Council Member Amy Winder-Newton.
You're kidding.
They didn't tell us the other 15.
So,
can you tell people what the Log Cabin Republicans are? That's what your group's called, correct? I mean, I love it. I've
Not
met
anymore.
a few.
No. Are we on the show, right?
Yeah, we're on the
live.
show.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Okay. Yeah. It's so the Log Cabin Republicans it's a national organization for gay conservatives, well, the LGBT community, the conservative ones, and then straight allies. And so after we were dissolved, we started a new organization called the Utah Gay Straight Coalition. And so that is what we are doing right now. And it has been through that organization that we were able to expose, for example, that men are allowed to use women's locker rooms in the Salt Lake County rec centers.
Got it. It's the rec centers.
Yeah. So go into that a little more for us. What?
Yeah.
Oh, I have a lot of questions about this. I don't know. I don't know. I guess if you went into a rec center where all the ladies were okay with it, no, that would be different. But I imagine it also depends on the trans woman. If this is a handsome trans woman, it might go over a little better than if I went in there and started.
Or the behavior, perhaps. I mean, if they're not changing in front of children or women and they're being aggressive about it, I think no one would say a word. I think people are pushing the envelope on this, and it's a little terrifying to some people.
Yeah.
Yeah. We actually have a member, Candace Duncan, and she was brave enough to come forward and talk about. She swims every day, and she had a couple of encounters with men. So this isn't even trans women; it's men in the women's locker room.
Just a dude, just like, I'm gonna go get my swim, I'm gonna get his schwitz, and then I'm gonna go stare at ladies. Like, that's his thing. That's his program.
No. Nope.
Yeah,
nope.
And there's that's the normal response, Holly. There's no standards for this, and so what we worked with Council Member D. Theodore to develop an ordinance that would require people to use the locker room that corresponds to their birth sex, right? And then if you're not comfortable with that because you're just not comfortable being naked in front of other people, or you're transitioning, you would go into an individual changing room and change there.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, so we had a hearing last week on Tuesday, and during the hearing we had public comment. The public comment was about 50-50, so 50 for the ordinance, 50% against, and
really?
It was a dead heat.
That's crazy to me. This sounds reasonable, logical. It sounds like you're considerate of trans individuals and their privacy. I mean, this sounds really nice. And you had 50 people against it, like a 50%.
Well, 50%.
50%.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because there was a lot of parents testifying about how they don't want their daughters to be exposed to naked men in the locker rooms. And
I can only imagine.
And mothers and fathers. So we appreciate that because, I'm gay and I don't have kids. So if I feel like it's helpful to have parents who are willing to come forward and talk about it because it actually impacts them more than it impacts somebody like me.
Parents are scared in this day and age. This is something we've discussed all the time. They're afraid that they will be essentially canceled by their community if they speak out against this. And honestly, I mean, there's the right thing to do, and then there's the wrong thing to do. And I feel like our children are being forgotten, our girls especially are being forgotten in these scenarios. I want to protect everyone. I want trans people to feel safe. I want little girls to feel safe. But this feels like it's all protecting trans and forgetting little girls and their safety.
But if we do that, we can't get a full virtue signal. We can't signify to people that we are good people without doing good works. What's that book in the Bible? Is it?
How dare you bring up that book?
But
Please.
Seriously, that's all they're doing. It's all about a virtue signal. It doesn't matter what they do in the end, as long as the perception they throw out there is we are good people. Look at me, so magnanimous. I allow that dude to, let his freak flag fly in the young ladies' changing room.
Hey,
look at how good I am.
Gowd, I'm curious. What members of the council were pushing back on you?
Well, that's interesting. We met with, well, actually, let me give you a little bit more on the
Okay,
meeting,
sorry.
and then I'll
Yeah.
tell you about that part. So that was the public comment part. And then the Salt Lake County Council is kind of weird. So they had maybe an hour and a half before the council actually debated the ordinance. So we had all left. I went back and I listened to it, and I was shocked because during the testimony, they called up the director of Parks and Recreation, and he said that their policy is that men can go into women's locker rooms as long as they are nude but not lewd. That was his catchphrase.
Can I put a mark on that? I just want to say, if we're going to allow this, they must put googly eyes on their stuff.
No.
Just to make it kid friendly.
Nope.
They've got to put a couple of googly eyes on it. Maybe get some pipe cleaners and
All right.
make a little scarf.
You're done. You're done. Let God finish. Because nope.
Yeah, so and it was really interesting because so he testified and he said that after he talked about that policy, Amy Winder Newton actually says something to the effect of, okay, I just want to make sure people aren't doing inappropriate things in the locker rooms, and it sounds like your policy addresses that, and your policy allows men to go into women's locker rooms as long as they are nude but not lewd.
Well,
So Dave Alvord, go ahead.
No,
What's,
you.
what's the
Dave
difference?
Alvord asked the clarifying question. Well, okay, that's a great point. Dave Alvord actually asked. He said, "Hey, I have a clarifying question. Can you tell me when a man crosses from being nude to lewd in the women's locker room?" And he actually says, "I'm going to tell you that I don't think that my constituents or parents are going to agree with what you're about to say, and that there is a situation where a man can be nude in a women's locker room without it being considered lewd." And the director of Parks and Rec says, "Oh, I can't answer that. I defer to legal experts on this issue."
That would have been hilarious if he'd said the helicopter. The helicopter's the difference. And then just drop the mic and walk out.
Yeah.
What the
So
heck?
that's like
Seriously.
what you're dealing with. Yeah.
I like Dave Alvarad, and I think he's absolutely right because he's thinking of parents, and I think he's a parent. Many of us are uncomfortable in a locker room anyway. Let's just be honest. It's already kind of weird, and then to have your little girls in there, and there's not a lot of places to have privacy, so sometimes they do have to change out in the middle of places. And as a mom, I'm saying, look, just hurry quick. I'll put the towel up. I cannot imagine having to have my daughter changing with a man just in there. And this is nothing against the trans community. There's a difference in body parts, and there is a fear factor for women.
Look,
that'll always be with us and our safety. If women cannot be protected, what are we doing?
Not just that, but let's face it. Let's say this gentle lady is completely unlewd and comports themselves with complete honor. Do we? I think as a culture, we're trying to request that we maintain the innocence of our young children a little longer, be it a daughter or a son.
Yeah.
We're trying to maintain that innocence. We're trying to, and innocence is established once they start getting coherent thoughts. That's when, you kind of, keep them from stuff. And then you try to keep that going until the parents decide. And how are you going to drive home that night and answer all of your daughter's questions that she may be having? And she didn't discover this stuff in a safe environment. She didn't discover this stuff in private with a mother. And then how do you control a young child from staring? How do you control that?
You can't.
And so there's my big questions on it.
Okay, so Gowd, walk us through then. So what happened next?
Okay, so then what happens is that they continue the debate a little bit. Candace and I, so she's the one that exposed this, we actually went and met. We reached out to all the council members beforehand. We met with, let's see, Dee Theodore, she's a yes. Sheldon Stewart, Dave Alvord, they were all yeses on passing this. We met with Lori Stringham and Ann Granado as well, who's a Democrat. We thought they were both yeses based on our conversation. We met with Suzanne Harrison, and she was cagey. She's a very difficult. She wouldn't answer a straight question about whether
she went Matrix
supports.
on you.
Yeah, so unclear. But I think at the meeting itself, what I got was they're having, part of it was some people thought it should just be a change in policy at Parks and Rec instead of an ordinance. But Lori Stringham is the one that moved to table this ordinance for now, and her argument was they can't afford a lawsuit, and she thinks that someone's going to file a lawsuit if they pass this ordinance. But I'll tell you, I think right now they're putting little girls at risk. So if a girl gets raped or attacked in the locker room, and there are multiple instances of people being let into locker rooms under the guise of trans inclusion, men being allowed, and girls and women getting attacked.
Yep, and they said that was only hyperbole. That you're only using that as a what if, and the truth is it's happened. And legally, are they prepared for a lawsuit for when it happens to their child? I mean, to be denied going in is one thing, and to sue, but to have an actual attack and at what cost?
Here's also a point that probably isn't looked at as much. Maybe you've probably looked at it, but I don't think trans people would want this, because that would muddy their waters with creepos that aren't using googly eyes. You know, where they're being honest and upright, and they're, let's say I wore a Holly wig and looked like Holly and wandered in there and then did my changing, with the door open and tried to be sneaky about it. Sure, but if I'm a trans lady, trans person, and I'm trying to upkeep and be respectful, and then next thing you got some pervert kicking the door in and giving a woohoo. I mean,
but right, because trans folks, I don't think they want the attention either. I mean, what they want is to be left alone and to live their lives. And you're right. I mean, if somebody walks in there and they are trans, chances are most of us won't know, because they are protecting their privacy. They're going into a stall and changing. I mean, they're not trying to make anyone uncomfortable. That I would think. And just like I wouldn't want to make anyone uncomfortable going into a locker room. It's like being in an elevator. You look straight ahead. There's not a lot of conversation, right? But please go on. Sorry, we're taking you off the rails.
I would say that there are most of the people that testified against the ordinance were actually or appeared to be trans. So there is some inclination that they want to be able to use that locker room. I don't know the motivation though, because I think it requires a lot of trust on the part of parents, right?
Yeah.
Because if you go and you ask a trans woman, so someone who's a man, and you say, hey, do you still have your, equipment? They'll tell you it's really offensive for you to ask that. And so for them to say, well, I should be able to go into the women's locker room and change, and then if they end up exposing children to that, I don't know why that is okay in the name of trans inclusion, when they could go into, if they're not comfortable in the men's locker room, they can go into the individual changing rooms and do the same thing. And in the case of Candace, when she emailed and complained, the county actually came back and told her, that's our policy, and if you, as a woman, are uncomfortable with men being allowed into the women's locker rooms, you can go and use an individual changing room. So
they're forcing the young ladies out.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
And that's what every bit of this legislation has felt like when they were talking about all these different topics at the Hill last year. It felt like it wasn't pro-trans, it was anti-women.
Well, and it's wild. I'll bet we don't have not one trans man desiring to go inside of the men's locker room and change, because we all know men are savages, period. End of discussion. Not all of them. I know, not all. Just 99.9 out of 100 are savages, and they will stare, and day two there'll be jokes made and everything else. But when you reverse it to where the trans women go in, that's where you'll start having the innocent people. Innocent's not the correct word. You'll start having can we just call women indigenous now? Maybe I should just call them that.
Okay. No.
You'll start having them being pushed out of their normal areas, and that's what'll happen.
Well, their safe space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's already happening, right? I mean, we couldn't get a majority Republican county council to act. And, just so people know, we're still working on this. And it's important that people actually send emails and be involved, because my understanding is 2/3 of the emails that they were receiving were pro the new ordinance that would have required men to use the locker room that corresponds with their birth sex. So I think it's extremely popular, and because most people have common sense and they think men should be in men's locker rooms, women should be in women's locker rooms. But we need people to keep on sending those emails. And the next time this comes up, people, you need to show up. And I'll say, like, I understand completely that there's a personal cost to this. But like, I lost my job because of this advocacy, and people that go and they'll attack you and stuff. So I understand it, but I think that you have to be willing to stand for what's right, especially if it's about your own kid's safety.
So true.
So I would say, like, if a gay guy can do it, doesn't have kids, if you have kids, you should be able to speak up and protect your daughters.
I applaud that, and I thank you. And you know what? When he brought up the point of trans men, immediately my thought was, I want them protected. If a trans man is going into a men's locker room because that's where they feel comfortable, that's great. But part of me has this fear factor because of what could happen in that locker room, and because they need to be protected too. So there should be an option for them to be in a changing room that is lockable, and that should go for even families. Like, just have it be a family changing room for mothers with many children. Because try getting bathing suits and on and off of 5 kids or 3 kids or whatever, and yourself. Those things should just already be in the plans. Now that may cost money to arrange, and that's going to be maybe a council's thought, is how do we afford to fix our locker rooms? But I know a lot of our listeners, we have a few that are Salt Lake County residents. When are these meetings, and who do they reach out to? Who's somebody that's an advocate on this point that they could reach out to and flood with emails?
You can reach out to the council in general. We have it on our Twitter and Facebook.
Okay, what's your Twitter handle and Facebook?
It's x.com/Utah GSC.
Utah GSC.
Yeah, so Utah Gay Straight Coalition.
Excellent.
And the Facebook one, I think, is the same thing, but it's just facebook.com Utah GSC. So if you go there, it'll tell you how to email the entire council at once with one email.
Fantastic.
Just telling that you support it. Or you can reach out to council member Dee Theodore as well, because she was the sponsor of the bill. And I'm sure she'd love to hear from people who support it. We'd like to bring it up again, like I said, because I think this is an important issue. And what we were hoping to do is to prevent the worst thing from happening, because that's what we should be thinking about.
Absolutely.
I think there's a little bit of, a lot of people want to be like, oh, everybody's nice, everybody's good. But I would think, at least when I was a kid, my parents told me, don't talk to strangers, don't take candy from them. I would think that you would say, don't just trust strangers in locker rooms either.
Yeah.
So,
well, and how does this go for you Salt Lake County people? I'm going to say right now, what if all of the trans women are on the up and up, but one pervy dude slips in and messes up? Do you guys want to pay that lawsuit?
Yeah, at what cost?
Yeah. Now, I like the idea of making like little changing rooms, whatever, hang up curtains, make it look like a hospital bay, whatever. But it just seems like, what's the end of this? You know, where does it end? What, do they want to make, what do they see as a successful end? Do they want to make a homogenized community where nobody's male or female or ambitious or not ambitious, where they all just march in lockstep in one direction all the time, like on George Orwell's book? You know, everyone wears a gray pantsuit looking like Hillary up there. And
You know, I'm wondering, is there legislators that maybe going above the Salt Lake Council or the county council, are there legislators? Because before session, I'm wondering if there's a bill you could do statewide. Have you looked into that? Do you have lobbying? Are you lobbying the legislature?
Yeah, we've been talking to, I think there's a couple legislators that are going to run something. It would be Kira Birkeland, I think, has like a women's bill of rights that should include something. And then I also think Phil Lyman has a bill as well that'll do the same thing. So
okay, so you're making connections and getting the ball moving.
good.
Oh yeah, we've been working. I mean, Candace and I have been working really hard to talk to as many people as we can to try to get this resolved. And the reality is, there's a couple of things. One is, just for clarity, the rec centers right now, I think all but one have individual changing rooms in them.
Oh, okay.
So so it's already, this isn't even really there's not like a physical problem with it. It's just having a law in place.
It's not a financial issue either. You don't have to add them to it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, and also making it so that you got the individual changing rooms, but you don't want the guy in, like, outside of the door of the changing room, you know, naked and being creepy. Who knows? Maybe a girl would do it too. I'm just not picturing it in my head. I'm thinking it'd be.
And Carrie, finish. I'm sorry for my.
I feel like
friend.
it's usually men, but
yeah,
I agree with you. So the other thing I was going to say is, like, the biggest opponent of all of this is Equality Utah.
Yeah.
And, you know, part of the problem is that we have a lot of Republicans that support them. And, you know, like, the biggest example of that is our director of families, Amy Winder Newton, who helped them raise $45,000. She helped their PAC raise $45,000 in the spring. And so people really need to understand this. Like, that money was used in the municipal elections to help get Democrats elected across the county. An example of this is Zach Jacob. He was endorsed by them. He got $750 from them, and he supports men going into women's locker rooms. When I brought this up with him, he actually told me, "Oh, what's the big deal? Let the people poop." That was his thing. And I was like, well, and I think he has daughters too. So it's really just, it's weird. And we have a lot of that going on. So it's within our own party that some of the problems are popping up, because we have, like, the director of families of the state should be 100% against men going into women's locker rooms.
Yeah, 100% pro-family.
Yeah, exactly. The opposite is anti-family. So it's a weird, I don't know why she was picked to be the director of families, but, like, this to me is the governor should really ask her to go on to other pastures at this point.
Well, our governor has faced the same thing on a state level, and it same thing came up. And you know, I'm a Republican, and I ask myself constantly, why is this DEI so important, and why, you know, the diversity and the whatever it stands for, why are Republicans pushing it so hard? Because why is it we're trying to put everybody in a little pretty box and celebrate their individuality, at the same time asking them to come together and stand together as one? This is so confusing. And this, for politicians who claim to be conservative, I mean, I know Amy Winder Newton. I think she's an incredible human, and she's a wonderful mother. And, you know, she does a lot of work in the party. I am a little baffled, and I almost want to invite her on the show. I do want to invite her on the show, because I'd love to have you and her on the show.
I would like to definitely hear her reasoning, you know, and maybe it's just, oh, well, we're the government for all, so we can't leave anyone out. Okay, but
is that a winning argument?
You're pushing out the women in your community if you do this.
I mean, Kira Birkeland has done this too. I mean, she's been standing up for girls in sports and the argument with the governor over participation in sports. And the more and more we see little girls getting hurt in sports because they're playing against a boy, it's all coming to fruition, and it was all hyperbole before. And yet Kira has been in sports her whole young and adult life as a referee and as a player. She knows firsthand how dangers can happen. And I applaud her. I applaud Candace for coming out and talking about it. I applaud you for taking on what most moms should be out there fighting. And you don't have to be a parent to want to protect kids, and you're living proof of that. You just have to be a good human being. So thank you. And thanks for being on today and sharing this with us. We've got a lot of research to do.
Yeah. Are you going to run again for any office?
We'll see.
We'll see.
It's all, you know, like when I ran for clerk, it was because there was a calling for it, right? Like I had work, I understood the election system, so I'd have to think there was some sort of a calling. I think, you know, right now, I've been doing a lot of work to try to help get this. I think this radical trans agenda we've got to get it under control. Because like all the points you just brought up, Holly, the sports issue, the bathroom issue, the pornographic books in schools still hasn't been resolved. And I think part of, and the other one is this, like, you know, in our schools, they can participate in transing your children. So change your child's name, pronouns.
It's grooming.
Keep it a secret from you.
Yeah, secret.
Keep a secret. And like, if your child has those issues as a parent, like you need to know about that right away so you can go and get them help to become comfortable in their birth sex. Like, we do not want children transitioning.
5 years ago, this was called a mental illness. And these kids feel like they're born in the wrong body. I can't imagine a bigger hell than that. And they need to be talking to someone that is a professional, and the parents need to know.
My issue with it is when teachers take it upon themselves to adjudicate these things, they're forgetting that the teacher has them 8 hours a day. We'll give them some leverage there. The parents feed them every night, feed them every morning, provide the roof, provide the medical care, provide the bed and everything else. And
well, the parents created these beings, and these beings mean more to them than their own lives. And hopeful. And what's sad is there's not a million. I mean, not every parent is a great parent. I have to say, there's a reason teachers feel like they need to protect kids sometimes from their parents. I'm not discounting that, but
there is, but there's steps to do that. You do that through law enforcement. You don't do that through the Department of Education, which, I mean, as much as the Department of Education is a super success and they've only done good things in this world, and and they've only made us our, we're whatever, but that's not where it should be done. And yes, there will be trans kids whose parents don't support that. But it's not like the teacher's going to take them on and provide them health insurance and a roof and a home and a warm bed. That's the parents' purview. And if the parents break that contract, then the law enforcement gets involved.
Well, a lot of times they use the gay community to push this stuff. So
that's what my question was going to be to you. I wanted you to dish, like, how is it to be a part of the LGBTQ community and have all of this jumping on with you? Okay, gay men and women have fought for decades for equality, to just equality. And it's been forever, and they had to be closeted, and they had to be quiet, and they were scared, and there was an actual danger to many of them, a physical danger. Here we are. They've made it. And I think it's a Dave Chappelle episode or joke where he's like, you got the gays and the lesbians in the front seat and the trans is picking a ride in the back, and all of a sudden they're making all these waves, and you're getting lumped into that, and she's getting lumped into that, and all your work, it's now at the forefront where people are going. I wonder, do you feel like you get lumped in craziness? Because you standing up is quite exceptional. A lot of people are just staying quiet.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, the thing is like, as a gay man today, you don't really need anything. So, you know, a lot of people want a gay marriage. We have it. You can live a totally normal life. I live in Riverton on a 1/4 acre lot. All my neighbors are, I think most of them are active LDS members. They go to the ward every weekend. I'm an integral part of the community. They don't treat me any different or not mean to me because I'm gay. Like, I have a totally normal life. And I think that's open to every gay man and woman in the country. The trans agenda, though, is pushes into these kind of radical concepts. So in the example we were using with the schools, they'll say, oh, if a kid tells a teacher that he's gay, they shouldn't tell the parents. But but they'll also say, oh, and a kid tells the teacher that they're trans, they also shouldn't tell the parents. Mm-hmm. Well, there's a difference, right? If a kid tells a teacher that he's gay, what are you going to do with that? That's the same as if they told him, I'm straight.
Yeah.
The standards are the same now, right? Are you making out with someone in the hallway that I have to tell your parents about it? Are you trying to like hook up in the bathroom? Like, I think they just need to be held to the same standard. There's no disclosure needed.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gay. I don't care. You need to learn to multiply. Sit your butt down.
Right.
Exactly.
That's it. No, and I'm wondering if we'll ever find parity in the trans community with how the gay and lesbian community have found parity, where the trans community is physically a different gender, and I guess post operations parity would be easier to find, but pre operations. Can that be something where they can enter into a locker room ever? Will that ever be something that could be normalized easy? Where post-operation, not a problem. They got the mechanical parts. The undercarriage matches the rest of the garage. Head on in. But when it doesn't, how do you right that wrong? How do you square that?
Yeah, I mean that's when you need to have these clear rules, though, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, like I said earlier, if you ask a trans woman, do you still have your equipment, your male equipment? They'll tell you it's offensive to ask the question. Well, so if I can't ask the question, then I think we just need a clear rule saying,
right.
Like, and then it's based on people complaining. So if you are a trans woman who has gone through everything, you got rid of your male equipment,
the twig and giggle berries, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Then, you go into the locker room and nobody cares.
Yeah.
Then you're good to go. Like, it's not a big deal. But, if you still got it all, you go in there and people see that and they complain, then that's when the problem comes up. And that's how the ordinance was actually designed. It's not designed. What the left always says is, if you're trying to do genital inspections before you go in. I had a guy on Twitter saying to me, oh, well, how would you feel if they're inspecting you? You look, I'm not sure if you're a man. So I was like, okay, I mean, look, I'll meet you at any rec center if you want to check if I'm a man and do whatever testing you do. But like, that's not what the ordinance actually says. The ordinance says if you go into the locker room and someone complains, that's when the staff has to get involved. They're not doing pre-checks on everyone that goes in.
And also with this vague lewd or nude but not lewd, that leaves it up to interpretation of whatever mother's in there. So now I think they need to do it like they do at the border. They got the one officer asking you questions. Another one is doing the the thermal imaging gun. Another one has the mirror on a stick.
You mean like the TSA?
Yeah, like the TSA. He's looking under the skirt.
No, you're right. Yeah. It comes down to complaints, and eventually people will be too scared to even do that.
The trans have to know that is going to open them up for a whole bunch of problems. Because, I mean, that complaint may not be taken serious by the county, but what if it's taken serious by law enforcement?
Or the father of a little child.
Or the father. God forbid the father,
because if this man can be in the locker room, then my little girl's dad can go into the locker room with her. And then what? Where does this end? And you're right. A policy that is clear. And I know they give driver's licenses to people transitioning. I think you can change your sex on your driver's license. I mean, maybe policy has to go all the way there, where you actually have to prove you've transitioned before you can put male or female on your driver's license. And I don't mean to be rude to anyone, but at least something like that could stop at the door at a rec center to know which locker room you go in when you sign up for your membership. Again, I just want people to be safe. I want trans people to be safe as much as I want little kids to be safe.
Yeah.
But I think if our country can't even protect our little ones from growing up so quickly, I mean, you're right. Sex shouldn't even be discussed at school, whether it's gay or straight. Nobody cares. You're a kid. You're supposed to be playing games with your friends. And teachers should never be discussing it, no matter what age you get in school. It's not for it. But
yeah, you just to finish on that one point though, is like on the issue of the gay kid tells the teacher that he's gay, there's no need for the teacher to tell the parents. But if a kid tells a teacher, I want to change my name, I want to use different pronouns, has any indications of gender dysphoria, I actually think the parents need to be informed right away so that they can get
100%.
the child appropriate treatment to help them become comfortable in their sex. Plus, if the teacher doesn't tell you that, or the administrators, they're actively lying to you about what is going on with the child at school. And under our current law, they only have to tell you after they change a written education record. So there's a lot of stuff you can do before you get to that point.
Here's another thing. How does this go if you're moving along with your kid? They're 2 years into it at school, being the other gender. You're at home treating them like they're their birth gender.
Yeah, you're
that
only
kid's
hurting them.
probably doing a little well mentally at that time, you know. I imagine you better put razor blades on top of the fridge.
No,
Don't
I know.
leave them in the junk
Suicide
drawer.
rate for trans kids is really high. And that's, again, if mom and dad don't know this child is suffering from this challenge in their life, how do they help? And how many parents are finding out after their child has hurt themselves? I mean, that scares the hell out of me.
This is,
Okay,
This is
we have
awful.
to have you on again, Gowd. And
Yeah.
I really,
Well, and it was a great talk
appreciate you.
when me and Dave had him on. God was a great conversation then, and the outreach you did. I'm not a Republican, but the outreach you did for the Republicans during the Pride Parade, I think, is excellent. But thanks.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
we got to have you in studio next time.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that'd
see,
be great. I'd love to come on.
Yep.
see if we can get some more information. And we want to know what's happening with this deal as you follow through. And how can people get in touch with you? Just one more time. Do you want people to contact you personally to get more information, or are you posting this constantly on the Gay Straight Coalition?
Oh, we lost Zoom. Oh, dang it.
This is our day.
This is our day.
Okay, so I apologize to Gowd for us
Yes.
losing him. But he did say that on Facebook he is the GSC. And that's going to be on X, Twitter, formerly known as Twitter,
Yes.
and on Facebook.
The Gay Straight Alliance, right?
Oh, is it C or Coalition?
Might be Coalition.
Okay, is he coming back? If not, we are definitely going to get you that data and have people tune in, and go check out their page. And if you live in Salt Lake County, attend your meetings. I mean, especially if you got little kids. This is at rec centers right now. When we are lucid and we're paying attention to one little thing, what happens is if we aren't paying attention, this grows, and eventually it's in your kids' schools. It's everywhere around your state. And we're a very conservative state, at least we used to be.
We're in a weird area. I'm telling you, it's still just cities. It's still just cities.
It's true. And Salt Lake County is so different than Tooele County, than Summit County, than Washington County. We have so many, there's such a big difference. Mm-hmm. So I really think the more active you are, if you live in Salt Lake County and this issue has, and I know nobody wants, at least no one I know, wants to approach an issue like this in a cruel way or be rude. In fact, these legislators, I know they love kids, they have kids, they want to protect kids. Mm-hmm. But some things they're doing isn't working. It's more like protecting this idea over women and girls.
No, it's all about the virtue signal.
Yeah.
It's all about, look at the good things I do. Everyone Look at all the good stuff I'm about. Zoom is acting weird. I wonder if Zoom changed their policy, so now I'll either have to buy a subscription to go over the time that we had, or anyways.
So how long exactly did we get in
We've
a
got
Zoom
like
meeting?
45 minutes. So when we have Trent on, we'll do 45 minutes, have a break, and do 45 minutes, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, and Trent is coming on.
Yeah, I sent him the Zoom link, but that Zoom link got shut down, so I'll have to start a new one. Or could you shoot him a message, tell him we are figuring out something else. Maybe we'll go with Skype. And Zoom can go away. But yeah, this can't be logical decisions being made. It just cannot.
Well, if this is the problem, is I know that this is affecting families everywhere, and and even families that don't realize it's affecting them. It's not until it does that it kind of hits you hard and wakes you up a little bit. These legislators that are about to go into session, their constituents are actively contacting them and all of this, and they're getting both sides of the coin there. And I know a lot are trying to create legislation that appeases everyone, but sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can't appease everyone. You just have to say what is right and what is wrong. That's it.
What's killing us is, okay, right now, okay, no problem. Okay. The people supporting the trans movement, or I don't think they're supporting it, the people who are perverting the trans movement to get all this other stuff going, they're the loudest. They're the ones that are going to rally and get the message out. And I'm not saying...
No, that's with all these really extreme ideas on both sides.
Every one of them, the Black Lives Matter, all of that, they're the loudest. And that's because they're the ones that have one singular passion where, you got us regular people who have passions outside of that, which keep us going.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
I love talking to Gowden. I think it would be great to have him on.
He's a great dude.
And again, anyone who runs for office, I don't think they anticipate getting into the weeds with issues like this, but this is where we are, people. In 2024, we're in a place where we are discussing some really, what we would say 20 years ago, insane topics. And legislators, they want to do good. I know that because, I personally know so many of them, and they don't get started because they want to be hated by half their people. That's not it. They just want to make their communities better. Now, in the course of that, they get to know more about a lot of things that we aren't privy to. So maybe they see statistics that we don't understand, or maybe they see financial hardship that comes with taxpayer dollars when it comes to changing a policy like that. Again, we don't know what they know, and sometimes it's not able to tell us. But I'll tell you, I have learned so much about this community that I live in Tooele County just by going to the county meetings. I'm amazed at what I don't know. So I think that it doesn't sound like a good time, but I think if you maybe take one month and just attend a public meeting and just listen, or if your meetings are online like ours are through the Transcript Bulletin, thank you, Tim Gilly.
Yes.
And what we're going to try to do too, and I definitely want to get into talk a little bit about the Stansbury Rec and Service Agency. Mm-hmm. And we're going to be attending meetings like that may not necessarily be exciting radio or podcast or video.
Oh, it's so exciting.
There is there is a dance that goes on between electeds and citizen. And I'll tell you, electeds that do not have the involvement of the public, either in their meetings or, on a phone call, on emails, they're let to run rogue a little bit. And then when they do something you don't like, they sit back and go, well, you didn't come to any meetings. We discussed this in meetings. And they throw that in your face. So when you start showing up to the meetings and you do give them a little bit of the what for, now it's an even playing field. So I cannot encourage people enough, attend your local meetings. And if there are people that are regulars and attend their local meetings often, or they post a lot, I know that is an opportunity. Get in touch with those people and just find out what's going on. Because a lot of people, like myself, go to meetings like this because we want to know, but we're happy to share what we learned. And I'm always trying to just get data and get it out there to the folks. But when I see an actual nose up at the public and a vote, it infuriates me, as I'm sure it does you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So when people forget who they work for, when electeds forget who they work for, that easily happens when people stop showing up. I mean, they start going, they have to make decisions, and there's nobody saying not to do this or not to do that. And so that's where we get bad policy and bad decisions. So hopefully this is your public service announcement to attend your meetings.
So what did you think about my googly eyes idea?
I think it's terrible. Nope. Not having it. It's like the judge that was told to judge what child pornography is. He says, I can't
explain it to you, but I know it when I see it.
You'll know it when you see it.
But
I think that same kind of thing goes, because if a trans woman comes into a locker room
with googly eyes,
but comes in and wants to change, I don't think they're going to be like, hey, look over here. I don't think that's the intent there. But it when somebody is, like the reports we've heard recently of the gentleman he's standing right in front of people and he's walking around in front of kids. There was that one in
California at that massage place that became a nightmare. What was that one? It became a nightmare. That one in California where it kind of became a big blow up.
Was it Gold's Gym or?
No, it was a massage parlor. It happened over the summer, and it became a nightmare. Zoom is being crazy, so see if he's okay with trying out Skype. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the answer to this is. I'm sure that trans has been with humanity the whole time. Definitely not at these numbers. But then again, the blurring of lines between male and female is a sign of
the collapse of government.
It's the sign of the collapse.
The society.
Society is dying. And I hate to put it that way, and I know no one wants to hear that.
He doesn't hate to put it that way. Can we talk about Trent Staggs now?
Yes.
Because he's coming on our show,
yes.
And we are really excited. He's been on the show before, and this is the first time that I have been on the show while he's been on. He's been out to Tooele County for our local friends. He had a town hall meeting out here, and he also did the show that same week.
Yep.
And he's been running since roughly May, I believe.
Now, Trent, kind of the note to him is he jumped right on it.
Yeah. Okay, so this is something that I've said before. I think it's pretty exceptional when a person runs for a seat because they know that they think they can do the job better than what's being done. And for those of you that may not know, he's running for Mitt Romney's seat. And he entered the race way before Romney made the announcement that he's not going to run.
Yes.
I'm sure that's expensive. I'm sure that is scary.
Yes.
And one thing that just stuck with me was, it didn't matter. He was running against Mitt Romney until he wasn't. And we've had another few candidates jump in the race since Romney's announcement. And I don't at all mean to say that they're not as ready or gung-ho or qualified, because we've got some exceptional candidates. I just think that's something that Trent can proudly talk about, is the fact that he's been in since May. Mm-hmm. So for those of you who don't know, Trent is
he was geared up to challenge him, not just to try to take his seat, but to challenge Mitt Romney. And I think that's interesting. And not that I want to take away from the other people running, because I appreciate them as well. But I do like that Trent was, he was thirsty. He was ready for a fight.
And he is the mayor of Riverton. And what's really neat about him, and I like the idea, he's actually putting it to work in Riverton, but he thinks you run your government like you would a business. Mm-hmm. And the one thing we always say is, the second you get government involved in anything, it'll get screwed up. And when people actually have to be accountable for their dollars and for their businesses, for example, don't stay in business if they're not profitable, if they're not good economical policy and choices are made. And so he's taken that business approach to running as the mayor and his work as mayor. So please, if you guys want to, are we able to take calls or at least comment?
Oh, okay, right now you can call, and they have to be filtered through our what do we call him? Our show Sifu, our master of ceremonies. Our producer.
The phone number is 385-899-2134.
Yes.
If you live in Riverton, I would love to hear, because you have firsthand account of Trent's work, and if you'd like to comment or ask him a question, if you live anywhere, we've got viewers all over the place. Mm-hmm. So again, this affects everyone. This is a national seat, and for us in Utah, this is a big race. And Trent is the Republican, and he believes in smaller federal government. So, yay! Mm-hmm. After seeing the votes they've made this week, I'm stunned. I'm stunned at the 2/3 vote just made for this enormous payout, $800 billion, and we had a 2/3 vote in the House.
How do you feel about the vote to re-up the FISA?
I think that's insane.
Yep, and
Thomas Massey,
our congresswoman, voted yes.
2/3 voted yes.
Yep. All the Republicans jumped on board.
It was in a package. If you don't, you're accused of not wanting to give soldiers a raise. Because out of all that, they got a 5% raise. But the truth is,
so anyway,
they just helped you get spied on by your government.
Is you need to have 2 6x6 poles for the uprights. That really holds the blade in place. Now, a wicker basket works well. You could even use, if you wanted to use gunny sacks, so you have to build a system to hold that gunny sack.
Okay, calm down. So
no, I'm serious. This is why I say there is no way out. There's no way out, because we can send them there with the best intentions, and they get there and they can't perform.
And I think it's a double-edged sword, because they get there and they're one of 400 plus people.
That's right.
And I think that the media is already against them right out of the gate. Like I said, Thomas Massey said, he would have never voted on this if it would have gone to the Senate. Mm-hmm. And that's a big, just pulling out
we do have one representative in the United States that I can back every time.
And the thing I can say is these packages and these bills are so thick and such, I don't know how they even read it.
Let's talk about this right now. From my paycheck, the government takes, when you count state and federal and local government, I'm pilfering out probably, I'll bet it's closer to 50% than it's not.
Yeah.
like, I'll bet we're in high 40s or beyond 50.
And that doesn't count how much you've lost in this economy.
Oh, yeah.
For bad government policy.
We've lost that. We've been losing it every year since, 1913. But I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel for this. How do we have a light at the end of the tunnel?
I mean, it's going to take mass change.
Well, I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how we have it and maintain what we have. And this is even scarier, is we elect a tyrant into president. That is the only way.
Well, the question is, a tyrant that takes freedom or a tyrant that demolishes? Because there's three powers. I mean, there's three arms, so
yeah, but one arm,
everyone's supposed to watch each other.
One arm has the military.
That's dangerous.
In the end, there's only one arm, which is why everyone cares only about that one arm.
Well, it's too early in the day to talk about the apocalypse.
Yes, that's the only way I can see it being solved, because they're not going to buck up and solve it themselves. One, everyone in the Republican Party gets marching orders from the Republican Party, and everyone in the Democrat Party gets marching orders from the Democrat Party.
Yeah, but Republicans don't fall in line.
And both parties will shut them down.
Right.
I promise you, Celeste got a call from Republican Central and said, this is how you're going to vote. Or when you go to run again in 2 years, you'll be doing it by yourself.
Yeah, she's got to file the...
So I want you to think about that.
We should ask her.
Do you think she'd be able to tell us? You think she would chance that?
I don't know. I mean,
that'd be the same as saying voting no.
Do we have Trent yet?
Yeah.
He's on. I really want to... I've asked this to Trent before. I mean, are you prepared to be a one-term elected? And I ask this a lot because if you're going to do what you say you're going to do, and a lot of these people, I mean, they tell you what they're going to do, but we have to keep in mind they're one person. But let's say that their ideas aren't popular with the Republican Party, but they're popular with the people of Utah. Are they prepared to maybe not get on committees, maybe not go, high in the Republican level, but...
Oh, sorry, guys. We're going to turn that down for a second. Oh, all right.
Good. How we doing?
Trent.
Hey.
All right. So we've got Trent Staggs on. We were singing your praises before you come on about the impressiveness for me is obviously how you jumped into the game immediately. And I think that's...
Prepared to take on the Goliath, which is Mitt Romney, and the endless supply of money that he probably has backing a campaign. You jumped in. Was it May when you started your campaign?
It was, yeah. It was right around Memorial Day, or right before Memorial Day weekend that we jumped in. And as you noted, the only one that was willing to do that and take on the establishment. I think that's been pretty indicative of my entire career in elected office and my campaign, the way in which I've decided to run it. It really has been no different. We're ready to take them on, and I think that has really resonated with voters and with organizations that have stepped up and endorsed my candidacy. We've received so many, and I was actually on the phone with the president of Moms for America, Kimberly Fletcher, just yesterday, and that was one thing that she talked about, and what was, I think, a deciding factor in terms of getting their endorsement, and so many she's talked to throughout the state.
That's fantastic. In fact, I don't want to go too off the rails, but the guest we had on before you, we were talking about policy that's been presented to the Salt Lake Council regarding trans people in the rec center locker rooms and how it's a big fight at the council. And this gentleman was adamant that where are the moms? We need to have moms standing up protecting their kids. And I mean, we're living in a totally different world, Trent, than what our parents lived in.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, what does the policy look like for a future senator in this world? Because you're not talking about, financing the military and this and that. You're talking about DEI and ESG and everything else, like this craziness. So do tell, what does that look like?
Absolutely. And I couldn't agree with you more. You know, as a parent, my wife and I have a 14-year-old son and 11-year-old daughter. They are one of my main reasons, you know, the impetus for me running for office, because we are living in just such a different time. And this is part of my record in calling things out. I mean, it was just a year ago, roughly, that I called out the Jordan School District. They have their headquarters in Riverton, where they have their board meetings. And after being advised from several parent organizations about around 140, 150 books in junior high and high schools that were incredibly inappropriate. I mean, pornographic. They're available. I had to stand up and say something, and we did. We called out the school district to please take action to change the way in which your policy allows parents to contest inappropriate materials. I mean, they were making it very burdensome. A parent could only contest 2 materials, and it had to be per school. You couldn't get it out district wide. And so that's something that I've stood up and called out. And you know, if you go to my website at trentstaggs.com, what I've been campaigning for 6-7 months now, it hasn't changed. It says, I want, and I will champion every day as your senator, smaller government, safer families, and a stronger economy. And safer families, we call this out. I say there needs to be a separation, a wall of separation between woke and state. And that is something we do.
Can we get that on a t-shirt?
Yeah.
Seriously, I like that. That is awesome.
Well, and with that, I know that you have been a proud supporter of Donald Trump in a lot of the policies that he was trying to get forward. And you know, he was stopped a lot by his own party. And
That's right.
I'm wondering, and then we were just discussing this, how do you, one man, get to the Senate and of course represent Utah values, but also represent America First principles with our own party making these type of things difficult for you on the national level?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I am the only America First candidate in this race, the true constitutional conservative. I've been there from day one. I've endorsed President Trump. I wrote an op-ed published in the Washington Times months ago, right shortly after announcing my candidacy, wholeheartedly endorsing, supporting President Trump. We need him back in office. I mean, just it's been such a disastrous past 3 years with the Biden administration, from everything. I mean, foreign policy, energy policy, the border, you know, inflation, Bidenomics, you name it. It's been a complete disaster. And I had, on this point, I had Kash Patel come out just 2 weeks ago to Utah. We did a couple of events. You know, Kash was the chief of staff of the Department of Defense during Trump, on the National Security Council. He's endorsed my candidacy. So has Rick Grinnell, Kerry Lake, you know, Mark Levin and Charlie Kirk, and all these champions. But Kash in particular, he knows very well. He said, look, we need President Trump back in office, but if we don't have a supportive Congress, a supportive Senate, we're not going to be able to advance the agenda, because as you so aptly pointed out, we had many, including Mitt Romney, you know, the person I'm wanting to replace, that would not support President Trump on some of the most critical issues with border security and in fighting, you know, the deep state. And that's exactly what we need. That's what I want to do. And I'm actually very optimistic, because, you know, I was just out in Palm Beach this past weekend doing events with Kerry Lake. Turning Point had their gala at Mar-a-Lago, and I was out there this past weekend, and, you know, visiting with Kerry, talking with Jim Banks, who is a congressman from Indiana that's now running for Senate, with Matt Rosendale of Montana, same thing, congressman now running for Senate, Bernie Moreno out of Ohio. There's some great America First candidates out there, and we can get into office. We can join the ranks of the few numbers we have right now. I'd like to work with Senator Lee, with Rand Paul, with Rick Scott, Ron Johnson, J.D. Vance, Eric Schmidt, I think Josh Hawley. You know, to a large extent, these senators, if we can join the ranks and swell that number to 10, 12, plus true America First conservatives, constitutional conservatives, we'll have enough. We'll have enough numbers to go ahead and move the ball and actually be able to effectuate the change that Utahns want, that I'm hearing desperately across the state, as I've done more than 50 town halls now.
Well, and you've done a town hall out here in Tooele County. We appreciate that. And you've been more than available to our humble county. And I can't tell you how much we appreciate you being on the show today. And I like the things you say. I mean, it's I'm sorry, but it sounds too logical. And I know you're a businessman at heart. And you mentioned before, I mean, you try to run and serve your community of Riverton the way you would a successful business. So would you go into how you see, as a senator, you can implement what you know as a businessman into that? Because we thought the same with Romney when he started, and you know, I didn't see a ton of Romney's business. I know he's a successful businessman, but I mean, I'm curious where you see you could provide something along those realms, because Trump was a successful businessman. He's also failed at business and built it back up, 3 times, 4 times? And I think some people it's logical and it's simple to a lot of wealthy and very successful businessmen and women. That's very logical on how they do that. And a lot of it has to do with heart, but a lot of it has to do with common sense. So tell us, how do you see running or serving and making a difference in policy in the United States government?
That's a great question. And, you know, sadly, yes, Romney has not really applied any business acumen, let's say, to governing. And that's something he promised. I mean, I remember 5 years ago as a mayor, he came and asked for support. He put out a video, said the same thing to me in person. He put on his video, elect me. I'm gonna balance the budget. I'm gonna end illegal immigration. I'm gonna stop federal spending and overreach, and I'll appoint or confirm conservative justices. His record's been just the opposite. And here's somebody who, you know, on the debt, on spending, he's just voted for trillions more. We're 34 trillion in debt. I've told people I get angry when I talk about it.
Yeah.
That is the height of immorality to place that level of debt on my kids and on future generations. And, you know, I feel like I've been fortunate in my 10 years in elected office in Riverton to try to take an entrepreneurial business person approach to municipal government. We've done it. I've actually cut taxes in the formation of our new police department, getting out of the county level. You know, I've found that time and again, we actually brought governmental services closer to the people, and it's become less expensive, and the level of service has improved. We did it with police, with a fire district, with animal control services, time and time again. And that move has now saved our taxpayers about $15 million in property taxes over the last 4 or 5 years. We continue to see gains, and we'll continue to innovate. In 10 years in office, we've basically had no net fee increases, and the 5-year forecast that I have shows we won't need to raise fees across our water, sanitation, all the city services. And that's a pretty remarkable accomplishment in light of the inflationary environment we live in today. So it can be done, but it's going to take somebody who has that competency, who's demonstrated an ability to bring efficiencies into government. And we've got a lot of inefficiency at the federal level. Can't wait to get in there. I mean, somebody like myself who understands federalism, the proper role of government, who understands the power of local control. I think that's a big difference between me and any others in this race. And I think why I'm winning the support of my colleagues, other mayors, and, you know, county commissioners. And it's been really humbling to receive that level of support from around 100 locally elected officials.
I would like to go back in time.
Wouldn't we all?
You were one of them evil, dastardly mayors who stood up for your people during the during the COVID farce, and
Yes.
you caught a lot of flack for that. And I think that right there, just that alone is why I'd vote for you, just because you stood in the way and I'm going to throw names out: the Salt Lake Tribune and KSL and Deseret News from strong arming the populace into, their what should I call it? Their trade's political will. And you stood in the way and you caught flack, and I appreciate that, and that's impressive.
Well, thank you. Thank you. That is something that I think it's consistent, right? I like to say I'm consistently conservative, authentically Utah. This is what I've demonstrated over 10 years. And yeah, seeing that, I like the word you used there, Jared, the farce, seeing COVID for the farce that it was, and said, nope, not in my community. I'm not. Yeah, I'll never forget. Yeah, the call that I got from Salt Lake County officials wanting me to use my police department to go enforce mask mandates and social distancing at our parks. And I said, you've got to be kidding me. Nope, we're not even enforcing that anywhere in my city.
And it's
we're
not like you're out here in Tooele or in Tremont or one of the small towns. You're in one of the metropolitan towns, and that took a lot of backbone what you did.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that's the type of demonstrated resolve that I think we need. I mean, look, we're $34 trillion in debt. We've got a regulatory state run amok. We've got federal agencies weaponized against its citizenry. It's going to take folks that have demonstrated that type of resolve and backbone to stand up and say no. And I think I'm unique in that respect in this office. And I did have people, Salt Lake City, other residents. I mean, because when it hit the news, I received some very strongly worded emails and phone calls, let's just say that, from folks that were not happy with the actions that I was taking. They thought I was going to kill everybody, and it's just absurd. We err on the side of freedom, and that's what we did in Riverton, not just with the mask mandate, but the vaccine mandate. People forget that the Biden administration, they were wanting to use OSHA to force vaccines on any company or any organization that had more than 100 employees. And our city has 170 employees. We're about an $80 million a year budget, 50,000 roughly residents. And I said, no way. I signaled straight away, we're not going to do that at all. I will not comply with this whatsoever. And fortunately, we had other folks stand up and say that, and it didn't end up going that way with the Biden administration.
Trent, I was a national delegate for Trump. I'm a huge supporter of Trump and his policies, and I would have liked to see him actually accomplish more. But this stance you took was even braver than Trump, and I think he still needs to be accountable for the whole COVID thing. And of course, we didn't know what we don't know, but my hat's off to you, because you're going to have people surrounding you that are going to give you what you should do, and the people that surround you and advise you. And again, it's that little annoying thing called common sense, and you want to err on the side of freedom. And I think that, to me, a bottom line for me is I always want someone who's thinking, first, is this constitutional? Nope. Second, does it err on the side of freedom? I know in our own county, our council was also being encouraged to do the same. And a ton of people showed up at their council meeting, and our sheriff took that stance. I'm not arresting people. Our deputies aren't going out to do that. And I just think even in Utah, that was brave. So my hat's off to you on that. And I don't think we've seen the last of COVID or another form of it. And I'm very hopeful that whoever is representing our state up there will have those same ideals.
For the next current thing that we have come down the pike, the next thing that they're going to use to try to, stifle free speech
Comply.
or free movement, or even just to, just to make you comply to whatever. Everyone's got to give themselves a wedgie and walk around Main Street. Seriously, that's where we're headed.
I wanted to know, I'm sure you've seen the vote, and maybe you've seen Thomas Massey's response to the vote that was just passed through the House. And you talk about $32 trillion in debt. We're talking $800 billion. And I'm curious, are you prepared to be unpopular with the Republican Party? Are you prepared to be a one-term senator if it means that you stand up against spending like this, or bills that are this size and this, I don't know, diluted?
Yeah.
Well, and the other question is, are you ready? Like, if you get in there, I imagine the Republican Party, the greater Republican Party right now is headed up by, what is it, Romney's niece, and she's been knocking it out of park, throwing big W's on the board. You know.
Get to your question, because I don't want to forget mine.
Are you ready to take challenges from them?
Yeah, the short answer is absolutely. Whatever it takes, if it means being a one-term senator, look, we need people that are mature, that are going to get in there and make change. The status quo is not working for people. That's why we're 34 trillion in debt. Mm-hmm. That's why we have all the issues that we have today. And so, I really admired Senator Lee in this last year, where he took on the debt ceiling fight back in May, authored a letter saying, look, Biden, we're not going to raise the debt ceiling unless we get substantial spending cuts and budget reform. 42 other Republicans signed that. Sadly, Mitt Romney did not. He was not serious at all about the debt ceiling. And these votes that continue to happen, the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, I think that you were referencing there, it's just, we can't keep doing this. I was really discouraged too that I know Senator Lee was trying to pull out the 702 provision of FISA from that bill and its approval, because here you've got literally warrantless searches going on, hundreds of thousands on American citizens, not foreigners, but American citizens are being spied on by their own government. And the Senate that's overseeing this, they don't even have access. That FBI director, Christopher Wray, was talking about it. He doesn't even make the protocols available to the Senate Oversight Committee, saying, oh, just trust us. For that reason alone, I'd voted no on the NDAA. But yeah, the budget component of it is very scary. I have made a contract with Utah. I put that out the other month. There's 7 pieces of it, but 2 of them call for, I firmly contract with Utah to have a balanced budget amendment, number 1. Number 2, I will not vote. I absolutely will not vote for an omnibus spending bill, period. End of story. And I liked this last omnibus spending bill that got passed that kicked Kevin McCarthy out of his House speakership. It shouldn't have been passed. If it means the government shuts down and we become unpopular, so be it, because we've got to get back to a regular sense of order where we have 12 appropriation subcommittees that all have budgets that they should be passing with plenty of room for amendment and debate, and we're just more transparent, and we get out of this continuing resolution, omnibus spending. That's what's killing us. And if it means it shuts down, I think Senator Lee jokingly or half jokingly said, hey, 15 days will slow the spread. It kind of making a joke about the COVID, the topic we were just speaking of. But if that's what it takes, so be it, because we can't do this anymore.
Yeah, let's do 15 days to slow down government.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if you're willing to risk, I remember when the government shut down under Obama and Republicans were demonized for it. Ted Cruz was especially, but Obama had to have police go and babysit the memorials and the national, World War II monument. He shut them down when that's an open air monument you walk through,
but you can't punish people if you don't shut them down. If you leave them open, you can't punish those evil right wingers.
This is a way to do their stab at the Republican Party, and I'm refreshed at the thought that as long as if the government shuts down, our senior citizens still get paid. I know that a lot of things still get paid because of previous bills where that's been voted on. But I don't know where this ends. How do we ever get out of debt in this country? Honestly, is there ever a solution?
sell off the state of Alaska. Yeah, I'm joking.
Yeah.
I'm joking. I really, it's going to be, first we got to, what's the old adage that says, if you're in a hole, the first thing to do is stop digging.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
So we need to do that, get back to that sense of order, the 12 appropriation subcommittees. In 1974, I remember this as the year I was born. We had the 1974 Congressional Budget Act. And since then, that called out this budgetary process. We've only passed a budget on time as a country 4 times in nearly 50 years. We keep doing these continuing resolutions. We haven't had a balanced budget since 2001, 22, 23 years. And so first things first is to stop digging the hole, no more budget deficits. There's a lot of areas where we can cut. I know people claim, well, most of it, the interest on the debt and entitlement spending is a good 2/3 of the budget. There's not a lot of room. No, there's a lot of room where we can still cut. And I love, I obviously have endorsed President Trump, and want to see him back in office. I love some of the ideas like Vivek Ramaswamy, though, is promulgating out on the campaign trail, where he wants to cut 75% across the board with some federal employees. And there's many organizations or agencies, federal agencies, that can be eliminated altogether because they're duplicative. There's no reason to have so many of these.
Vivek he's writing a romance novel right now is what he's doing. That guy he says some stuff and I'm like, oh man, that's fantastic.
Well, and I've talked to you before about this. If there was a possibility where it came before the Senate to audit, investigate the FBI, to audit, investigate the Department of Education, the Department of Energy, I'm like, all of these different things should be more state level. And I think if we could dissolve the FBI maybe into local law enforcement, go into how you could see, that plan was, do tell, because that was really interesting.
Start with the Department of Education. It's on my website. That's another part of the Safer Families high level, theme, overarching theme. There's a policy that I've got there I want to implement, which is just get rid of the Department of Education. There's no constitutional directive for it. This was something created back in the Carter administration. It's a boondoggle. I've got a couple of state school board members that have endorsed my candidacy, and we only rely on about 6 to 7% of our state education budget relies upon federal dollars, but they control everything with that amount. So they've got about $184 billion in the budget here this fiscal year for them. It's insane. We need to stop doing that, funding that. It should be at the state level entirely. Parental control is A to Z for me, and that should all be administered at the state level, and have parents stand up and assert themselves and be responsible for their own children's education. The federal government is a complete failure at this. So that's first and foremost. I think a lot of these other agencies like the FBI, yes, half the agents I think are, Vivek has claimed, don't even do anything. The other half can be folded into existing agencies. There's a lot of duplication like that. I was back in DC just the other month. I spoke with Grover Norquist of Americans for Tax Reform, and he called out, he said, Trent, I'd love you to sponsor a bill that's been talked about but never really filed, where they claim, and I saw the numbers, there's around 200,000 members or employees of the Department of Defense that are just clerical in nature that we could eliminate, and it would have zero impact to national defense and national security. I mean, just calculate how many hundreds of millions of dollars just to keep those 200,000 people employed, that by many people in the DOD, by their admittance, don't really do anything.
Well,
I mean, that's we got going on.
That's one thing. Now you're talking about putting people out of work.
Well, they just lost
6 trillion unaccounted for, and they fail the audit every year. Would you ever let
a person who's a CEO of one of your companies or whatever, as a logical businessman, would you ever tolerate that? Even if it was 600 million or 600,000, that's just unaccounted for.
Let's ask it like this. You're the Riverton mayor, and the Riverton Police Department loses 8% of the city's income. Like, not accounted for spending. It disappears, but it disappears through them. What would you do?
Well, yeah, I'm the CEO of the city by statute, state and city statute, of Riverton City. And you would, I mean, for me, I would fire that person immediately. I mean, they wouldn't be, and that's what would happen in the business world. We can't, people have to be held to account. And that's why there's such a low level of trust in government these days, sadly, is because they're not seeing people be held accountable. They see agencies that are weaponized against their own citizens. They see money mismanaged, misspent all the time. They see 130-40 billion going to Ukraine to go defend that country versus taking care of our own border situation. I mean, that's the problem. It's the status quo. It's people going there to become part of the establishment. I think Tucker Carlson said it best in his book, Ship of Fools. You know, we've been literally run by a ship of fools and people that care more about themselves, about ingratiating themselves into this establishment, maintaining their own power, enriching themselves, than they care at all about fulfilling the wishes of their constituents. I mean, how else can you explain it? People don't want endless war. They don't want the illegal immigration situation that we have today. We can go on and on. They don't want the government spending and the inflation that we're experiencing. They want a good energy policy. Energy is the base of our economy, and yet these politicians continue to enact policy that is antithetical to the interest of their own constituents.
100%.
Well, and to our economy. I mean, many of these people worship at the altar of climate change. And I think where's the logic here? And they're fighting each other because their virtue signaling has just gone beyond. And you know, that we can't live in this world without fossil fuels. We just can't. Everything we make and everything we produce.
Not at this time. No.
Even in the future, like, how are you going to make plastic? How are you going to make windmills?
I think maybe in the future we'll be able to, but right now we cannot. Shut it down, and the human population becomes a disease from all the rotting corpses. That's it. That's just end of discussion.
But what I was getting at is that here you've got all these different issues, and they're all crumbling, and yet everybody, their only suggestion in government is throw money at it. And it's not even money that, I don't even think they comprehend how much money that we're in debt, and also that they just spend. And they spend it endlessly. And I would love to know about your thoughts on Ukraine. And I already know them because I've asked you directly, but please share, because there's no audit, there's no accountability. It's just Zelensky's here with his hand out, and we have a president that's feeding him constantly. And yet our borders are not secure.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. It's inexcusable that we're spending that much money, any money really, to shore up the borders of Ukraine and disregarding our own. And to see the level of crime that I even now have in my community, that's why I met with the Salt Lake City field office director of ICE, and he highlighted and punctuated the problem that we have here. It's not just crime, it's sexual assault, sadly. On average, 1 to 2 sexual assaults being committed by illegal immigrants. I mean, this is out of control in our own country, and we need to take care of America first. I think Europe needs to step up and do this is right in their own backyard. They've contributed a pittance in comparison to the American taxpayer right now in that situation. And so, let's stop expanding NATO. And we're doing that and admitting countries like Finland that aren't even paying their 2% that they're supposed to pay. That's what was so great under President Trump. Under NATO, and they finally started getting these European partners to pay their fair share and to start providing for their own defense. They need to do that. Mm-hmm. We can't do it. We can't be on the hook for all that. And so it's pretty straightforward with respect to my Ukraine policy. I don't want to fund it. I don't want to have endless war. I think there were ample opportunities to address this diplomatically, and unfortunately, because of the weakness of the Biden administration, and the State Department is wholly incompetent. I mean, I spoke with Ambassador Rick Grinnell, who's endorsed my campaign, and he spoke to that. Why are we admitting members, expanding NATO in the first place? Why are we admitting people and not having them pay their fair share? Let's start there and do that before we put any money into foreign conflicts.
Can I ask you a question? This is on the same note, but this is a tougher question.
Yeah.
Do you think that our marching across traditionally Russian land, where we promised we wouldn't go there, do you think us inviting them into NATO, making them adversaries of that large neighbor, do you think that's incompetence, or do you think that's on purpose?
Well, who knows with this administration? I mean, it's pretty insidious. I mean, it may be by design. But you're right. There were some commitments that were made that we wouldn't expand NATO. We wouldn't do several things. And I think the Russians are taking a look at those actions. And, that's the excuse that Putin is going to make. He may have invaded Ukraine no matter what. But I mean, I think under President Trump, if we had President Trump in office, that to me is clear that we wouldn't be in these conflicts. It wouldn't happen in the first place. I actually heard a pretty interesting story about that in just the sit down that President Trump had with Vladimir Putin, and just basically laid it on the line if he were to enter Ukraine. It never happened in his presidency. So we need that type of leadership, that type of strength back in the White House for sure.
Well, let's face it. He armed Ukrainians when Obama, the
He sent them blankets.
great purple liner himself, sent them over blankets and probably vaccines of some sort, where Trump actually armed them. And I'm not I'm not here to stump for Trump, because right now I'm here to stump for you. But I do think it's nefarious. I think they get rich off of it.
Oh, somebody's getting rich.
I think that's what it's all about. It's all about getting that money.
I mean, at this point, how do we even trust our government? How do we know it's not a big money laundering scheme that's going to go on? I'm sorry.
Well, and let me interject there, because you're right. And sadly, that's too often the case, this military industrial complex. And that's another point of my contract with Utah. I have another point that I say for at least 10 years, an exiting member of Congress or a high-ranking government official absolutely cannot work as a lobbyist or for a defense contractor, period.
I love
End
it.
of story. In
You're
fact,
not gonna be
that idea was given to me by Kash Patel. And being the head of the DOD, or the chief of staff of the DOD, overseeing a $700+ billion budget, he saw that that's a problem. There's this revolving door between members of Congress leaving, going to lobby, or work for a defense contractor, be on their board. It's way too problematic, and it perpetuates this cycle of the military industrial complex. And so, I mean, we've seen it even in our own state. I mean, we had a recent member of Congress that just retired and ends up going to lobby. It just shouldn't be permitted. I know it's maybe not a popular thing to say, but it needs to happen. We need to prevent that from happening, because
If it's not corruption, it certainly has the perception of potential corruption. So that to me makes a lot of sense, and it hurts. I mean, Kevin McCarthy, is he? I didn't know, but I know he just stepped down. Is he going to a lobbying firm?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I mean, would it surprise us? No, I don't understand why McCarthy is doing this midterm. I mean, to me, I was at an event this weekend with Charlie Kirk in Turning Point, and he was asked that question, and he said it's kind of like well, middle finger, if you will, to
Yeah.
Republican Party is the way he characterized it. Charlie Kirk, I kind of laughed at that, but that's in some respects, this is it's unfortunate. We need to have um, people elected to Congress that are going to fill their term. They're going to do it with integrity and try to get this country back on track. And that's what I'm so excited about, with the prospect again of serving with a great slate of America First candidates in the Senate, and join the ranks of some that are already there.
What do you think the chances of McCarthy being replaced by a Democrat and pushing that stronghold where he's from, California?
Yeah, I mean that. I don't know all the particulars of that congressional district, but
It's pretty high.
it's a possibility for sure. And it's the per the Constitution, right? It's the executive of that state, the governor, that's got to file a special election or writs of election, and who knows how they do things in California. But there is that opportunity, and that we're barely hanging on right now with a razor thin majority in Congress. I'm hopeful that 24 brings in, expands that majority, and we take back the Senate, and we've got a President Trump in the White House, so we can finally get some things done.
So I wanted to bring it back to you a little bit. I heard his farewell speech, and it was a middle finger. It sounded like, just to the people who called him out and asked him to step down, but also, I mean, I took it as to his constituents, like, who leaves midterm. I think that's very unprofessional, and I mean, it hurts because a lot of people spend a lot of time getting behind their candidates. For those of us that really go all in and politically serve and get to know candidates as a delegate, and then go on to convention and serve. So I think I know that you've already committed to staying in, and I also wanted to mention some of your endorsements. I know that you've got our county council chairman has been very impressed with you, Councilman Hamner, and you've spent a lot of time working closely and getting to know the problems that are affecting Tooele County. I appreciate that. And you've shown up, and so I appreciate that as well. My heart and my family is in the thin blue line, and I'd like to bring up the fact that the endorsement by the FOP you got really early on. I know you're a huge supporter of law enforcement, and I would love to know about that endorsement and how you went about getting that.
Yeah, I'm always honored to have it. I mean, that is the first endorsement I ever seek when I run for office, as I've been in my city council, mayor, when I run for Salt Lake County mayor. And I reached out to the president of the FOP, Brent Jex, and I just asked if they would, I didn't know when they might be considering or entertaining and endorsing in this race. And straight away they said, hey, why don't you come in? And I did that and met with the board, and unanimously they agreed to endorse, very early on. And I think they've seen my commitment to law enforcement, understand a lot of the issues related there. I think federally there are definitely some things that can happen and that can do. I think sadly many mid-sized to smaller agencies across the country, they don't avail themselves of all the federal programs that are out there because it's way too onerous, the paperwork. I mean, I've talked to my own chief. There's a lot we can do at the federal level to streamline that and ensure that our brave men and women that serve their communities and law enforcement have everything that they need, and that we support them to the fullest extent. So I was honored to have that. At the time, with Mitt Romney still being in the race, I think taking a look at that and seeing somebody who ended up marching with Black Lives Matter back in DC probably helped finalize that endorsement. I won't speak for them to that, but I was grateful to have it, and that's one of many we've been able to get. It's local elected officials, like I said, it's been an honor to have that level of support. It really means a great deal. I'm a lifelong Utahn, from elementary school to graduate school. I've raised my family here. I've operated businesses. I helped take a company public. Been serving my community for 10 years. I love this state. I'm committed to it. I want to take us in a America First direction, but I'm always going to represent. I mean, even people that if they don't agree with me as a mayor, I will make time to meet with them. And I heard far too many times that Senator Romney would not give the due attention that many elected officials and chambers of commerce around the state are due. He wouldn't give them that deserved attention, and I will. I've committed to do that. I've committed to show up to conventions, to be there, to speak to delegates, to constituents, and always give them my time. And I think that's why we've received so much support here locally. I mean, the national endorsements and the organizations means a great deal as well. But those local endorsements, like Councilman Hamner here, it means a great deal.
Well, tell us, where can people go if they want to support you? And I'm so loud, I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. And maybe donate to your campaign or volunteer. Where should we send people?
Well, yes, that is just at TrentStaggs.com, STAGGS at TrentStaggs.com. People can go there, can learn more. They can sign up to volunteer, and also donate. And I'm very grateful for all the donations. Sadly, it's become much more expensive to run for a statewide office and federal office at that. So that's greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. Now, tell me. Sorry, can we turn my mic?
No, not individually. I'm working on it.
Okay, sorry. Can you tell me where people can go? Like, what's your schedule like for town halls? If people want to catch a town hall with you, will that be on your website, or do you have like actual events coming up that they can attend?
We do. Yes, it will be on my website up to date. Or to date, we've kind of just put that out locally. For example, tonight I've got a town hall in Spanish Fork. I had one just the other night, just last night in Heber. And so we've been traveling the state. Again, over 50 town halls, I think, so far since I announced my candidacy, all across the state. And it's great to hear from so many great delegates and constituents just what they want to see in their next U.S. senator, and trying to incorporate that into our campaign. So yes, and we need to get back out to Tooele. It's not too far from me, from Riverton. I want to be out there often. I do have people that are helping with my campaign team that oversee the event schedule, and so we're trying to ensure that we have we're in every area at least monthly, and we'll commit to do that from here on out.
So you would commit to doing town halls with your constituents here at home rather than stay in DC?
Absolutely.
And even Mike Lee will always say, I come home often, and he said, because it's the only way to get the barnacles off, wash them off. And he said that at an FOP event. And I just thought, that's just brilliant, because if you stay in DC too long, you'll get the barnacles. And, I'm curious about, I call out Joe Biden's gaffes and a lot of the Democrat Party, but a lot of people in my party aren't calling out the problem we have in the Senate, which is Mitch McConnell. And I'm curious why he's still there.
I think they're waiting for the computer to reset to fire it back up.
What do you mean? Like, what would you vote to keep? I mean, you don't know what you don't know, I guess, until you get there. But it feels
but
like
I do know.
There's
I do
toe
know
the
this.
line.
Yeah, I do know this, that I would not vote to keep a Mitch McConnell as the leader of the Senate, the Republican Senate. There's no way. I think the issue we have, if we want to have a different result, we can't put in the same people. And so we need new leadership. I appreciated the courage that Rick Scott showed this last time around to step up and run. I think with having new America First constitutional conservatives like myself in the Senate, there's going to be enough number there. The critical mass will be there to bring in new leadership. Because I would not be willing to support someone like Mitch McConnell that has just demonstrated the fact that he's more concerned with being a permanent fixture of the establishment than really representing the American people and our interests.
I'd argue that's what happened in Congress. They got that Freedom Caucus in, and they started making waves.
They made the establishment uncomfortable.
Well, they did what AOC and her band of waffle-headed morons should have done. They had every chance to do that to Pelosi, and they dropped the ball and flubbed it and folded. So I guess that tells you right there.
Well, I think when you do, it's just, you're right. If you continue, that's insanity. To continue to do the same thing, it's not working. It's making us more in debt. Mm-hmm. Many important bills aren't even getting called to the floor because of leadership, and it's just more of the same. And our guy is just as bad as the president at this point. And I'm prepared to say enough with him, and we need to get more America First candidates that will stand up for the American people, because that's been lost. I feel like there's such a blur between parties at the federal level that you don't know what side they're on most of the time, with votes like has happened yesterday. I mean, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in our representation for voting for that bill.
Yeah. I think the uniparty is a real thing. You've got a bunch of swamp creatures there that are not looking to represent the people that got them into office. And that's what Utahns are so sick of. They're sick of that. The establishment players, anybody else in this race really that I'm running against would just exemplify more of the same. We can't have that. And look, there's one thing I will agree with Mitt Romney. I mean, to his credit, I'll give him credit. The statement he made when he said he wasn't going to seek re-election was basically to the effect that we need people of a new generation that are going to come in and handle these problems, because it's not going to be Mitt Romney at near 80 years old or a Mitch McConnell at 81 or whatever age I think he is. It's not people of that generation that are going to be saddled with the decisions that are made now. Mm-hmm. And I speak with a lot of Gen Z and millennials that, boy, if ever there's a group, an age cohort that needs to be involved in politics, it's them. They've been saddled with $34 trillion in debt, and they need to be able to get engaged and ensure that the decisions being made by their elected officials don't enslave them even further.
Amen.
100%. Well, and it's good. We got a Gen Xer stepping up, and Gen Xers are notoriously
we love Gen Xers
hiding in the shadows during everything that, and everyone's happy to keep them there. But we need some of that to step up. You have a perspective. You learned your childhood was a little tougher and rougher than these new generation. I'm not saying they're weak.
Hey, we raised this new generation, so we raised weak kids. Maybe it's our fault.
It is our fault.
We need to
because
encourage.
We were raised without any guardrails. We were raised that we just woke up and left, and whatever ruckus happened. So we helicopter parented our children, and yeah.
So should we get into comments with Trent now?
Yes, I've got them pulled up.
You still have a second, Mayor, to go over some comments?
Sure.
Okay, so right now we've got a call-in line, but it's not working yet. So all our comments are going to be filtered through our technical guru. So he asks, how about all the federal agencies, or at least most of them?
I think he's referring to the audit and possible shutdown, not just of the education, Department of Education, but maybe doing a whole rundown of all the federal agencies. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I think so many of it needs to be examined. We talked about how there's a lot of duplication that goes on. I think government closest to the people governs best. I've got that experience being a mayor, and so would wholeheartedly support that. I mean, here's the problem. The federal government, it's articulated very, very neatly. I mean, the few and defined roles the government should be involved in is in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. And the government has expanded so far beyond what the founders ever envisioned, the federal government that is, that it's taken on pretty much everything. It's inserted itself in everything, that it's utterly failing to do those few and defined things in the Constitution. So like immigration being one. So absolutely, if it's not in the Constitution, if it can be handled better at a local level, then we need to do that.
On that note, you mentioned immigration and the Constitution. There's one job the government has, and that is to protect this land and to protect the people of this land. And how do you marry immigration, and which many people are calling an invasion, when you have millions crossing the border at record rates now and nobody knows who they are? That's an invasion. And yet
Absolutely.
that is the job of the federal government. And that's their one job, one of their biggest jobs.
At least it's not all fighting age young men unaccompanied by women and children. At least it's that. I mean, we're doing good.
So,
well, this is a point that Carrie Lake made in her gubernatorial race in Arizona last year. You know, the Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution says that U.S. shall guarantee to every state a Republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion. We're completely being invaded right now. I mean, I tell people, look, there's been, by ICE's own account, the field office director came in and shared with me numbers between 7 to 8 million people just in the Biden administration years. That's 2-3 times the population of our state.
yeah.
How many people have they caught over the last 3 years on the terror watch list? I heard it was somewhere around 180.
They lost count. They said they lost count.
That's who they caught.
It's scary.
They catch
It
on
is.
average 10%. That's who they caught.
Then you add the fact that we currently have air marshals following J6ers, not even J6ers, just anyone who was in D.C.
Anyone who
during
who
January
flew into
6th.
D.C.
That department's covering them, while other federal building guards are supposed to be helping the ICE get these immigrants to doctor appointments and such. Who's watching our airlines? Who's watching our federal buildings? This is terrifying.
We're in a good place right now, Holly. I think that's the point you're trying to make.
So, not to drop this all on you, Trent, I'm sure we could talk for hours. And by the way, you did actually have Carrie Lake out she came to Utah, and you did an event with her, and I feel grateful that I was invited, and it was I'm sorry, it's just, there's so much common sense. I laugh that that people are literally cheering for what should be common sense to everyone. And she was very reasonable. You were very reasonable. All this makes sense to me, but it's not popular in the political or media world. And yet you talk on the boots on the ground in rural and even cities here in Utah. It's a breath of fresh air.
It's filtered through the media, which, I'm sorry, I'll say it right now. The media, as it stands right now, is the enemy of the people. And it's all filtered through that.
Not to mention that we are actually media now.
We ain't media. I make crude jokes.
We're political head trauma. That's our name, and that's what we are.
Yeah, do not come here if you want media. If you want to know what's going on or the truth, do not come here.
No, we want to know, but we just want to ask real people real questions and not have it be filtered like Vivek was on CNN's town hall, where he gave her a dose of reality.
I don't disagree that far too often the media is the problem. The mainstream media, definitely, they've got a narrative, they've got their talking points, their agenda they want to push. But, optimistically, one sign I saw of this, attending the Turning Point event this weekend, Charlie Kirk highlighted a very key statistic. He said, look, given the thousands of chapters they have on college campuses, on high school campuses now, and their online presence, it's not just them, it's other conservative organizations and talking heads that are getting it out there. This show can also be that sanity, that point of sanity for folks. There's younger voters, other voters are starting to consume this information, and they're seeing it for what it is, the truth. And for one age demographic he pointed out, Charlie did, he said the 18 to 34 age male cohort, they are the most conservative they've been in 50 years.
I know, it's wild.
it's unbelievable, because just 10 years ago, before their organization started, the prognosis was that 75% plus they were trending that way of just Democrat liberal, very progressive, woke, progressive ideology. And so we've got these great voices and these alternative channels where people can go and learn. I think the true correct principles of our founding and the way government ought to work.
I'll tell you, the reason I think this new age group is running conservative is because the progressive side of our politics wrote them out of society.
Yeah.
It wrote them out. A young man has no opportunity for marriage, no opportunity for financial growth, no opportunity to even achieve a minuscule thing. They've been written out. They've been written out by the Democrats, by females, by the education system. So why wouldn't they? We've been following this and it hasn't worked. They're trying something new, and they are going to change the Republican Party, and I'm interested to see how they change it.
Well, we're due for an update, I think. The Republican Party is. The Republican Party that my parents belong to isn't the same one that I'm a part of, and I know it's important to me that we grow our party and their tent, because I know, for me personally, I have a strong, I know Jared too. I mean, we both have families, and that's where our soul is. And for me, my faith in God is where my soul is. And when we're watching in real time right now in this world, this insanity, and we're being fed it and told that it's normal, again, common sense is getting to be, I mean, kids are experiencing it in real life. Young adults are experiencing that it's gone so extreme to one side that where else do they turn? And if the Republican Party isn't ready to embrace them and to engage them, we are missing a huge opportunity.
100%.
Agreed.
100%.
So
Well said.
We got some more comments here. The government is
the government.
Oh, you're writing like I speak. I like it. Is a money laundering operation. Ukraine is just a part of it. Ukraine, Uncle Sam's safe deposit box. You're right. I think that, just if I could lay my opinion out before anyone else, because I read it. So I think that Ukraine should be sponsored by Tide or something.
I don't even think it's Uncle Sam's safe deposit box. I think it's Uncle Joey Biden's safe deposit box.
I think it's Act Blue's safe deposit box.
Very well could be.
I think 100% Act Blue. I think it all circles back to that. Just like Black Lives Matter was.
Do you know, I have a question. When did Republicans and when did Democrats get so love for war?
They always have.
But they fight when it's Republican.
It's a pretend. They always have. Who started Vietnam?
Democrats.
Okay. World War II?
Democrats.
World War I.
But what happened when we had Trump and we had no wars and we're ending wars and all of a sudden they're warmongers? And even, I mean, we just got out of a war and now we've got some presidential candidates going, we need to go to war and we're going to fight in Ukraine if we have to. And yet they're quiet about Israel. I know they've got to support Israel and I want them to. I think if anyone, we should be standing next to Israel instead of throwing all this money at Ukraine. But this Ukraine thing has me just baffled. And I'm curious as I'll get out, because where is this money going? What is it actually buying? Are the people of Ukraine receiving it? Is the military receiving it? I watched the death tolls in Russian soldiers, 350,000 injured or killed Russians. And they're not reporting in Ukraine that I've seen. Mm-hmm. But this is a bloodbath. And I don't understand how the United States isn't getting held accountable for the product and military stuff we're aiding Ukraine with. Should we even be there? I'm just curious. Where do we go from here, Trent?
Yeah, in terms of the war there.
Yeah.
I mean, should we be there? You're saying? No, I believe no, we shouldn't be. I think we need to be going back to America First policies. What worked under President Trump and why we projected so much strength in the world is that and avoided so many of these skirmishes. We've got to get back there, and that's what Americans want. As I'm going around, that's what Utahns want. As I'm traveling the state and hearing from them, let's get our own house in order, because a strong America really creates a strong world. When we're weak like this and we've got tepid, weak leadership, that's when there's opportunity for tyrannies to rise. We've got to have a strong America to have a strong world, and we do that through a very strong economy. That's what the Democrats, I think the progressive left, misses out on. They want to do everything they can to jeopardize our own economy, don't allow us to drill, to use resources, our own natural resources here, create great high-paying jobs for folks at home. It's always, nope, you can't do this, regulation, regulation, regulation. And that's, we've got to get over that. We've got to get through it. And that's what I call out on my website with smaller government. It's not just in the balanced budget, but we have to implement the REINS Act that Senator Lee's been advocating.
Right.
Getting regulations just cut in half. I mean, there's an area where I think we need to take a chainsaw to. It's a joke. Having taken a company public, it was just an awful experience to go through all the regulation. I mean, it seems like the only people that make money are the attorneys and the accountants.
It's true. It's absolutely
with
true.
all the regulations out there. So,
well, I do think that I think, like you said it best, that local government governs best.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
I think they should regulate best. There should be an opportunity for Riverton to say, this is what we'll allow in our city limits. And this is what we won't.
And this is what we allow in our schools. This is what we allow in our rec centers.
And that gives the populace an opportunity to vote with their feet.
Yeah.
To leave and change it. And it gives a corrective action. Right now, when we're all under the umbrella of a stuttering Down syndrome I shouldn't say that. A stuttering what's the word I'm looking for? Dementia patient, we don't have an opportunity to leave. We don't. We're stuck under whatever crazy idea he's fed the night before.
Well, this is the terrifying thing. America is the last great hope. I mean, where do we go from here? And yet, how do we look at our kids in the face and tell them they live in a free society when our own representatives voted to let the government spy on them, follow them around for going to the capital of our country during a month? I mean, this is insanity. And yet, the people, you're looking for a seat that there's only 100 people that have it. Mm-hmm. So I think if anyone can make a difference, it's going to come out of our Senate. And we need the majority there. But we need a new speaker or a new majority leader. And we certainly need a new president. But every time we've had all three houses, we had Trump and he had two houses. And they screwed it up.
What if we reverted back to the executive office was held to the executive office's tasks and missions instead of this new, the president is the most popular man in the country. He's the Chicago Bears versus the Giants. And all he's supposed to do is do what Congress and what Congress and the Senate tell him to do after it's adjudicated through the Supreme Court. That's it. He's supposed to be a guy that implements stuff, not a guy that sets course direction. And I think that's one of our big problems. We got to get rid of the course set by the executive branch.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I mean, that's it. The executive is supposed to be implementing Congress. All legislative powers are here invested in a Congress, and that's what we're supposed to be doing. And that's part of the issue today is that you do have the executive branch that is far exceeded, I think, the power, its role that it's supposed to have. We've got multi-billion dollar elections now for one office, and it's out of control. I mean, the Electoral College, really, if you go through and read the Constitution, it was there's genius in the way that
Yeah.
was created. We had a true republic then, with people being elected, or the people electing members of the House of Representatives, with the state legislatures appointing senators, and giving that balance of states' interests versus individuals' wants, interests. And the president was just selected through this electoral college that just implemented the laws that Congress made.
Yep.
So
There's that common sense
the
again.
the checks and balances have been restricted. Few more comments. Just building a commercial building in Utah takes years instead of months because of regulation. How do we stop that? Another one.
Local government has to stop that, and then federal government. I know the Apple founder, what's his name?
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs did an interview, and he said he could do in China in 3 weeks what it took him to do in America 5 years. That's why he moved his operations over there. And he could do it far cheaper, and he could make a product that everyone could own.
And he could make a profit, and he delivered it to you,
to everyone,
at cost-effective numbers. We used to be that. We kind of gave that up.
Absolutely. And this is the importance of the REINS Act, because these unelected bureaucrats, three-letter agencies, they're creating about 100,000 pages of new regulations that we all have to live under. They're not accountable. They're not elected.
right?
Got to come to Congress. If they want to propose rules, they can, but they can't have the effect of law until Congress has actually voted on it. And I think that would drastically reduce the regulatory framework that we have in the country today. We need far, far less regulation, not more, and allow businesses to thrive. And that's why one of the committees I want to serve on is small business and entrepreneurship. It's finance, small business entrepreneurship. And my third committee as a senator, as your U.S. senator, would be under natural resources, which encompasses public lands, which is a big, big issue in the state of Utah. We have to get through that. We've got to cut through it. I mean, I talk to even home builders, right? They say that I think around 25 to 30%, almost a third of all the cost of a new home is tied to regulation.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And how do you expect to get a loan when that much is lost overnight to regulation?
It's insane. Most of it at the federal level. And we've got, this REINS Act, in speaking with Senator Lee about it, this is about the amount of regulation in the U.S. is about a $4 trillion drag on our economy. And it costs the average employer $20,000 per employee just to come into compliance with all the garbage and federal, regulation. And so we've got to cut through it. I mean, employees, I'm sure, would rather have that money in their pockets. I'm sure employers would rather pay it to hardworking employees than to have to maintain this permanent managerial regulatory class that is the federal government.
How wild would it be if we had you and Senator Lee back there in Washington? Be like we released the pit bulls on the Chihuahuas.
It would look like Utah to me.
Oh, it'd be
to have two
fantastic.
conservatives in there.
They would have to put a parental advisory. This is explicit material, not curse words, not any of that. But it's
He may mention God and freedom in a conversation. So this question is, and then there's the land situation where the federal government owns 60% or more of our state. Now, this question, because you came out to Tooele County, and our county is like 83% owned by the federal government, and we discussed this at length, and I think that you understand the needs of Tooele County. Like, we have to build up and not out as we're growing because we're landlocked by BLM, and yet they pay us PILT, which is not even pennies on the dollar, in order to, preserve this desert land that they don't really care for. It's our deputies who are patrolling it. It is our communities that are protecting it and using it. Now, I'm not saying we want to put an oil rig in our backyard, but I would love to know that the state of Utah owns it and not the federal government. And please tell us about your plan, because you brought up federal lands, and I think it slides nicely in there.
Absolutely. That's on my website as well. I mean, as you aptly pointed out, the federal government has far too much control over our lands. I think the state of Utah would be a much better steward than the federal government. And I think it's shockingly there's just such a huge contrast between a state like Connecticut, where only 0.3%, not even a half a percent, 0.3% is owned controlled by the federal government, and 2/3 of our state is, and in some counties, as you pointed out, and I know I was down in Wayne County as well visiting. It's just it's unbelievable the amount the federal government owns and controls. So that needs to go into our hands. I think being on the Natural Resources Committee, which encompasses public lands, working with other Western states to build consensus around this, that this is not equitable at all. The federal government set a precedent with other states whereby they would relinquish control of these lands and give it to the states, and every other state east of the Mississippi, I think on average, it's maybe 5% that might be controlled by the federal government. So we've got to do something here. We can do a much better job at it. And there's so much by way of resources. We want to become less dependent, for example, on federal dollars for education. I mean, just look at the School Institutional Trust Lands Administration, just on some state lands that we have, billions of dollars in assets that are generating hundreds of millions of dollars a year that go to fund education. We could do that exponentially higher if we had access to more of these lands, and that's how we do it. That's in part of the solution to getting us out of debt and back in shape as a country.
Amen.
Well, I appreciate you, for rural Utahns everywhere, I appreciate you thinking about federal lands. And we hear it often from people, but to actually have a plan and it would be nice. It would be nice.
As a hunter, can I request one small caveat?
Okay.
The DWR has to be reformed or go or something, because I'm tired of the state managing our wildlife to a matter to where the state is responsible for the death of our deer population in Utah.
Yeah.
Well, you should bring that up with the state person running for state office.
You're right, I should. But I just want the DWR to go when they give the lands
DWR.
back. Because I mean, do you have to run elk everywhere because it's more profitable? Elk run off the deer. Do we have to have prohibition on hunting cats? Because cats eat the deer.
And that's Mayday.
Yeah. Okay, so we got two more questions, and then we can cut you loose, unless another one rolls in. Maybe not questions, comments. Executive means execute, not legislate. Although execute has multiple meanings, I don't think I want him to execute us.
That's the comment.
Yes.
That's a good point.
That is a good point. But the executive was supposed to be the one, and you need to look at it as the Congress is the board, and the president is the executor of the company, and the board says,
CEO.
we want this. And the executive goes out and does it.
I just think that we need accountability. And that they're all supposed to be watching each other and checks and balances. But right now in this world, accountability is lost. Executive orders are signed, giving far more power to the unelected bureaucrats that you mentioned. And all of a sudden the ATF is making felons overnight because they decide to make a law about, wrist straps or whatever. It's gotten out of hand, and our government has to shrink. And that says that we're going to have to get rid of a lot of jobs for people, because it is the number one employer in this country now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And
crazy.
if we're not prepared, that would put a lot of people out of work if we had the right candidates in there. But it would be a good thing, because it would empower small business.
Imagine our economy, the growth we could get from that ATF agent going out and being a vacuum repairman or something. Imagine we could do so much with that. I don't mean to go broken windows on people, but imagine. Okay, let's have a little two-way talk for a minute. Just because that's near and dear to my heart. What's your thoughts on the Second Amendment?
Oh boy. Well, it's one of the things that I have outlined on my website under Safer Families. I say that I'm a very strong proponent of the Second Amendment. It's an inalienable right. drafted in our birth certificate of the Declaration of Independence to be able to protect our life, that of our family. It's in our Constitution for a reason. And so that is something that we need to fight for, and I will fight for ardently to defend. We need that. We absolutely have to have it. And it's, one thing that we've learned throughout history is that's what tyrants will do first, is take control of people's weapons and reduce them in their ability to defend themselves from a tyrannical government. So,
I mean, we don't need to talk about Cuomo putting sick people in retirement homes and trying to salvage the Social Security system that way.
Well, Second Amendment. I mean, look how many societies and governments have failed, or I'm sorry, tyrants were created the second they disarmed the people. Mm-hmm. And I wonder about Israel. I mean, they don't have a Second Amendment, do they? And yet, they could really be empowered by individuals over there being able to protect themselves.
It would have helped out on the 7th.
Right.
So, meat and potatoes. While you were mayor, did you have opportunity to train with the police force? I mean, do you have a preference on firearms? Let's get into the nitty gritty of it, the fun stuff.
I did. I love our police department. I went ahead and was a big. I wanted to have our own police department. We ended up creating that in July of 2019, and am so grateful for all that they do for our community. I've enjoyed establishing our Citizens Academy, and now we've got about 2 a year that we run our citizens through, and have opportunities to also engage on shooting ranges, and also it's great. And yeah, I myself, my 14-year-old son and I will go to shooting ranges regularly. We've got. I enjoy. I'm a little old school. I mean, we've got shotguns and 22s and 30-06. I've got an AR-15. That's always fun to shoot, and we took that out actually into Tooele County just the other month. There past 5 Mile, and there's a great spot to go shooting. My son really enjoyed it, and our, in terms of handguns, we own a couple of 9mm. So it's always fun to go out and go shooting.
That's outstanding. So I like to hear. I like to hear it. Not only are you a supporter of the Second Amendment, but you're a practitioner of it, and I think that's important. I believe. I mean, I want to see training in schools for guns. I want to see safety training starting in, I don't know, 2nd grade, continued up, and then when they hit middle school, then they start advancing.
Tell me, I'm curious. What do you see the biggest obstacle you have in this race? I know we're still early, and you can appeal to delegates now, and you can ask people to go to caucus on March 5th and support you at caucus. But what do you see could be your biggest obstacle?
It's going to be money. I mean, frankly, I think we're doing so well on the endorsement front nationally. We've talked through Mark Levin, Charlie Kirk, Harmeet Dillon, Kerry Lake, Rick Grinnell, Kash Patel, 100 local elected officials. We're doing very well with the delegates. Granted, March 5th, yes, there will be a new slate of roughly 4,000 delegates, state delegates selected, voted on in their neighborhood precincts. Historically, about 30 to 40% will re-up, and again, we're doing really great with that crowd. So we think we're going to do very well at the convention. My opponents will gather signatures. They will force a balloted primary to every registered Republican voter in June. I think it's June 25th. And so having the resources to go up and not be drowned out on TV in, say, April, May, June period is going to be our biggest challenge. And just get the information out there so that everybody knows my record versus those that are running to fill the seat. I think I'm the only one that's got the demonstrated resolve to take on the establishment. The others running haven't demonstrated that. And I think would be, particularly in the case of a few, it would be just a continuation of a Mitt Romney representation here in the state. Sadly, it's people that are part of the establishment either the Utah establishment or want to be part of the DC establishment that are running or looking to run.
So if anybody out there wants to send dollars, every dollar will help. And then that's the one thing about campaigns. They're expensive. And as you said, we're looking at a, $18 billion campaign for president or something. It's so insane.
That's some country's GDP.
Yeah. And so for what people do, if you don't have the money to donate, there's always, if you're willing to give your time make some phone calls and put a sign in your yard when the time comes, or
volunteer,
run for delegate, those things are all like donating. And if you really, if you choose a candidate, I cannot stress that enough. If you don't have the funds, at least talk about them with your neighbors, put a sign in your yard, and offer to make phone calls, maybe knock on some doors on their behalf, because I know that that means a lot to your campaigns.
Especially, we need a lot of support for any traditional Republican along the Wasatch Front. That's where they're going to need the most support. So if you support it, volunteer in there, go out to your neighborhood, talk to your neighbors.
Absolutely. Very important. You know, I don't want to say that money is everything. It's not. I mean, there's several races where candidates have been outspent 10-1, and they win because they've got the grassroots, they've got people on the ground. And so that is incredibly important. We're doing well. We're knocking on the door of $1 million raised already. I think this is going to be a $4 or $5 million race, sadly.
Wow.
But the volunteering, the outreach, becoming a delegate, supporting us there at convention so we can have a resounding win there. I think all those things, and then getting out to neighbors and ensuring that they're registered as Republicans, number one. Number two, that they mark their ballot for us in June is going to be very, very important, and can really go up against other candidates that might have a lot more resources.
Hey Trent, am I going to assume then that you are not getting signatures?
I have no plans to do that. No.
I mean, that's expensive in itself. I mean,
it is, sadly. And the law that was created, I know, favors a lot of signature gathering companies locally now. You have to be local. It's really, I've been told it's $20-$30 per verified signature is kind of the going. So
and you have to get like 200,000 or something, Senate, I think.
How crazy is that we have this economy built up around elections? That is a massive.
Thank the lobbyists for that. Yeah.
It's amazing.
We have one more question. What do you think about the Jan 6 people who are being held without trial or bail?
Oh, it's a disgrace. We need, like, I'm not, if there are people that legitimately broke the law, great. They need to have a speedy trial. You know, years later is not speedy. Most of those people that were there did nothing wrong. I've talked to Utahns. There were a few that were there on that day. What they describe and what was described in the media, two completely different things. One woman I met with did 30 days in a federal penitentiary in Washington State just because she walked around the Capitol. She was with her son-in-law, and he had a different judge, much different sentence that was handed down, much more lenient. I mean, this is a misdemeanor. She did 30 days federal penitentiary for a misdemeanor. And so the fact that that's going on, and that the federal agencies are using so much resource to go after grandmas and really people that by comparison to some of the other acts that had gone on in this country, the riots with BLM and everything else. I mean, we saw what happened even in our own Salt Lake City back in late May of 2020. It was ridiculous, absolutely, the stuff that was going on. And those people get off with really nothing at all. You can't help but come to the conclusion that these agencies, these federal agencies, have been weaponized against people of certain political ideologies and persuasions. And, you know, we can't have this continue in America. It will literally bring us to a civil war.
Thank you for recognizing that. I mean, especially especially when we see the hours of videotape come out. And I just heard they're arresting people who were in there that were there as reporters. But because they're conservative reporters, they're looking at jail time, and yet
they're going after media and journalists.
And there are Republicans. The Republican from Nebraska just said they're willing to call MAGA Republicans a terrorist group, and he's a Republican. But they want to spy on, and you will like this. It got me a little worried. Personal story when they called to get Trump's personal messages and anyone who liked his stuff on X, anyone who commented or engaged. Well, I sent him a letter thanking him because when my father died, he sent a letter to our family personally thanking us for our father's service, 41 years in law enforcement, and then a veteran as well, from Trump and Melania. And I was so touched by that I sent him a letter through Twitter, because I knew he read Twitter, thanking him. Now I'm probably on a federal watch list that I have to worry about, and they're calling for that. That should terrify every American in this country, left or right.
They're trying to chase you away from being politically involved unless you want to put the black circle on your thing or have a yellow and blue heart as your outline. They want you to support whatever boondoggle they got going on, and if you're not, they want to chase you out of there.
Well, I don't think that Trent's got that boondoggle, and I think that we're going to find that people with ideals that are loaded with common sense, they're going to be popular especially in red states, and hopefully we can turn some of those states purple or blue or red, because eventually, you're right, civil war could come. And I want a national divorce where people can go to the state they want to live in, and we go back to Article 12 and. I mean, it's a scary thought. So you're looking to be a senator in a very amazing and terrifying time in our world. And as a dad, you're raising the future that is supposed to be there for us. And I think it's noble that you're taking this on, and you're just going head on into this. And I think it's great. I appreciate you doing it, because I think it's terrifying.
Yes. I want to throw out right now on the screen, we're showing your website. You go there, it's TrentStaggs.com. That's TRENTSTAGGS.com. One word on the Trent Staggs, don't spaces, first and last name. Though I imagine if you do, it'll still take you there. You can go there, you can donate, you can volunteer, you can read up on him, see if he's someone you want to throw your support behind. If you're questioning, he's got issues, and he's got the media probably, if you want to do like, kind of quick blurbs to see if you want him and don't really want to read, that's probably the easiest way to get to it. But, dive in there. He's got a very lovely family.
Gorgeous family.
Yep. He is, he's stepping up to fight for you. Get to know him, help him out. That's about it.
Trent, do you have any last comments you'd like to make? I was going to say last words, but that sounds, we've gone dark, but that's a little dark.
I thank you, and let's dominate in Willa County in particular. I love being there. I think there's a lot of common sense folks. We've got some great people that live in this state, and particularly in your county. And so we just need, I'd be honored to have everybody's support. Please participate in your neighborhood caucus. Run to be a delegate if you can. April 27th is the date for the state convention. Go there, support our candidacy, and get the word out so that we can have a true conservative fighter in D.C. to work alongside Mike Lee and really get our country back on track. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trent.
Thank you.
And please thank your wife.
Yes.
Because behind every great man is a woman rolling her eyes. I strongly believe that, because, it's not easy being on a campaign trail, and you're probably traveling this state all day and all night. And I know your staff, they're excellent people to work with, and I've appreciated their help, and I certainly appreciate the fact that you answer messages, and I'm shocked that I get to deal with you, and when normally I know you're busy. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for doing our first show with us.
Yes.
And for being out here.
For
and
stepping up to the plate, too.
You're always invited to Willa County. Just let's get through these holidays, and let's get you in a proper town hall and get you in front of delegates when the time comes.
Yes.
That sounds great. We'll take you up on that. And yeah, great to do your very first show. This is, I'm honored to be the first guest. So thank you.
The first rebrand show. It's a whole new thing.
Well, it's my first show, like where I'm a part of the hosting.
Ooh, yeah.
Under the new name, Political Head Trauma. And Lincoln Day dinner in Willa County is going to be on February 24th. So
Okay.
I look forward to that because
We'll be there.
I get prime rib when I go to that.
I don't know, in this economy, it might be chicken sticks, fish sticks.
Two more comments rolled in. HB 54 has to go. Yes, I agree.
Yep.
Can you give the dates again for the caucus and the convention? We need delegates.
Yeah, March 5th is the neighborhood caucus. That's when you go to your precinct, vote for state and county delegates. And April 27th is the state convention.
Okay.
So that is your.
And please stay tuned with our page. And then also, if you're a Republican, go to the Willa County Republican Party page. There's a public and a private. Answer the questions if you want to be on the private page. We will be sharing all the dates, locations with you for where you go to caucus. And then we reach out to delegates and work with you through that. If you're a Democrat, they have the Democratic Party. I'm sure they're going to be sharing location for their caucus night. But please get involved. And if it doesn't matter what party you're in, if you find a candidate is speaking your language and telling you what you want to hear and actually is showing up for you, party shouldn't matter. Let's just stand behind good people. And then we also want to mention
Main Street Media Utah. It's mainstreetmediautah.com or KMMU, and you can find that on all of the vlogcasts and podcast places. You can go there and find there's not just us on this. There's more shows. So if you're looking for Utah-centric information or news or stuff about that, not that we're news, we're Utah-centric. I don't know.
You know, we're everything centric.
Yeah.
We're political head trauma here.
Yeah.
Trent, you've got a town hall to be at, and I don't want to keep the
Yes.
people of Spanish Fork waiting.
Yes. And
Thank you so much.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll have to leave here in just a minute to make it on time. So thank
Yes.
you. Appreciate it again.
Be
thank
safe.
you, Trent. You have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful town hall, and
We'll see you again soon.
I look forward to chatting with you real soon.
Likewise.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, everyone, that's Trent Staggs, trentstaggs.com.
Now, normally we're going to have a live where we got to see him, but the folks at home didn't get to see him.
We had some issues porting that over tonight. I'm still learning this new program, and it's KMMU.org is where you go to find all this. So this is a new media company. The goal is to try to get us up on the radio in the end. So I think that's where, we're working on it, and
There's still bugs, folks, and we're going to figure it out because
and I'm going to say it right now. On this end, on the other end, we've got our technology kung fu master, our Sifu. On this end, you've got a moron.
rude.
I know.
Oh, you mean you?
Yeah, I'm trying to run this on this end, and it's yeah, but hopefully I learned some more. Our technological Sifu is going to teach me as we go along. So hopefully, with the learning curve in the next 7 or 8 years, I might have a flawless show. But until then, enjoy the calamity. But
Hey, can I mention something really cool?
of course you can.
So I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's called Jace Medical. And
Oh, yes.
I've told you about this.
Yes.
For people, I mean, Jace Medical, I don't know if you want to pull up their
Yep,
website.
I'm going to pull it up right now.
They have, and I've heard it advertised on some podcasts, but it's called jacemedical.com. And what they do there, and guess what? They're out of Salt Lake City. I had no idea. They're local. And I reached out to them because I'm so interested in their product, and I was curious how this works. Because during the pandemic, I had a problem getting medicine, and I was shocked. And that's when we've talked about this before. A lot of our medicine's not even made in the United States. We're coming from China. So if you can imagine if something were to happen with our relationship to China or in another pandemic or something, how do you take care of yourself? And if you're unable to get medication, well, at Jace Medical, you can go there and they offer these kits where they have lots of different drugs like antibiotics for certain infections. They've got, you get this 5 emergency life-saving kit. It's basically you put it in your preparedness kit.
Yeah, this is food storage. And for those people who have gun storage and stuff, this is your medical storage. This is fantastic. Antibiotics and emergency medication. So you get 5 antibiotics and
there's a PDF you can download, and you have communication with a doctor that if communication goes out and you have that PDF, it'll tell you what medications help with what. It comes in a cute case, and if you guys go
cute
there,
case, the important part.
it's very cute, and it's Tiffany like green. It's really cute. And if you go there and use the promo code JAM, all caps, JAM-1615, 1615, they will give you a discount. And that promo code goes directly from our show. So they'll know that you're a listener or a watcher, and they'll give you a discount. And they are really, really amazing people to work with. So,
I want to talk about this backup prescription. How many people have a prescription that is daily,
right,
that they have to take daily? How important is that your prescription, it might be anything from
diabetes,
SSRIs, cholesterol management, things like that, and to have a backup in there that if we just have a 3-day stop on transportation,
people that are on mood enhancement medications that help keep them going and keep their hormones balanced, if they go off of those because of a shortage, that could be devastating.
Now, I'm not on any prescriptions, but I myself am going to get onto the antibiotics and emergency medications part myself. I like to keep antibiotics around. But if you are, for the people on the prescriptions, this is definitely something to look forward to.
And I don't think they can provide things like, I'm not sure if they can provide like pain medication and things like that.
Probably not.
Because that could get abused. But they've got a scenario for they've got the hikers pack. So they've got these 5 life-saving bioterror. They've got an antibiotic that will help with bioterror potential.
Yeah, well, you got
exposure.
traveler's diarrhea. Even that could be used, like, let's say your city's water treatment goes down, has a hiccup.
Or you go to Mexico with your family.
Yeah, but let's just say at home. You don't even go to Mexico. Has a hiccup and something gets released into the water. You'll have on hand a means to defend yourself from that. Bladder and kidney infections. How common are those, especially in ladies? Pneumonia. That's a killer. And wound infections. I believe that medical preparedness is one of the forgotten about parts of people's preps. And I think it's of the utmost important. You get guys like me, or guys generally focus on the security side. The ladies will generally focus on the food side. But to deal with the medical side, I don't
think we think about it.
Yeah, that's heavy.
And so, that's something just to consider. And if you have somebody that believes in prepping and making sure that everything's good to go, this is a great gift.
Up to a 12-month backup supply of your daily prescription. Think about that. 12 months.
I'm sure it's not cheap as far as that much, and medications aren't cheap.
But if you put our name in,
you get the discount.
you get a discount. So we help make it a little bit cheaper.
So please check them out if you're interested at all. And this is our little opportunity to.
Our first advertisement.
Yeah, from a Salt Lake local company that saw a need for something during the worst time in our lives, like COVID, and they went, wait a minute, why can't people just have a stash of antibiotics sitting in their home with a little idea that tells them when to use it? And you only use it in case you can't have access to a doctor. You don't use this instead of a doctor, mind you. Like, we live in America. Go see your doctor if you have an infection. But I would take this with me to a foreign country in case I'm not able to get medical care and I have an infection.
Let's say you're going down to Mexico for a couple weeks. You know,
yes, please.
You pack up the stuff. You're going down there for 2 weeks on vacation. You pack up a month worth, just in case. Although in Mexico, I've heard it's rather easy to get prescriptions. You can get lots
of drugs in Mexico, and they're cheaper. But what I love is that they'll explain what it's used for. Like, you can get ivermectin in Mexico, but I try to find online any way to know dosage or how to take it and when to take it.
Sanjay Gupta told me how evil that stuff was. So.
But see, what I'm saying is that this is like this is an advisor, and this is emergency only, and it doesn't expire. I mean, it's something you can sit in your kit. I mean, drugs say they expire, but I mean, I would always try to have something in my emergency preparedness that could treat pneumonia, that could treat an infection, because you may not have access to a doctor, and you certainly may not have access to these medicines.
Heck, I carry tourniquets in all my vehicles. I carry Israeli butterfly bandages in all my vehicles.
Oh, that's a good one.
I carry sutures in all my vehicles, but I don't carry any medications in any of my kits. But tourniquets, those are things. These are all things I'd suggest doing. I would suggest getting on it. But I'm just right now. I've kind of got a flash of the new symbol. We are still going to use the cat in front of the microphone, but our background for now is going to go to this mainstreetmedia.com. We really want people to go there. This is how we can build a community that can
engage,
and that can branch out from all of the junk that we're hearing from the mainstream media today. And we've got an hour left. We have prepared some news stories to chat about. There are lots of news stories that we aren't going to chat about, or stuff we'll chat about in passing. Like,
you know what? We never know. I mean, we have an outline.
My favorite right now, and I haven't been able to dig into it a lot, is this FBI spy that got sentenced to 4 years. He was one of the guys that was in on the Russia collusion, and it turns out he was colluding with Russia.
Do you know there are still people in this country that don't know that all of that was a lie?
I know.
And they don't realize that it took people lying to a FISA court, which should be the highest court in the land because it's the most secretive.
And it's the one that can dig into you the most.
It can go and spy on you and your personal life and all of that, and totally obliterate your freedom.
The easiest for them to get a warrant through.
And now they've just increased the power of the FISA court through this last bill.
I think everyone needs to write your congressperson right now. We need to ask ours about it, because she, although I like her a lot, voted yes on this.
And it didn't all of them from Utah vote yes on this?
And it's time we've got to take a stand on this. We are not a population owned by the government. We are supposed to be a population that enable the government to control certain parts of our life, period. But our government treats us like we are their property, and we need to manage that.
We are their product.
Yeah.
They buy and sell us like product. And as long as we're paying taxes, they spend money on whatever they want, and then when they're not getting enough, they change it up a little bit and make you a little bit scared, and then once they instill that fear, they go after more money.
They go right for it. And we're hitting such a complicated place. I just got an offer from our technological Sifu. He said he'll come on and talk about the Main Street media stuff. So we'll bring him on. We'll have him chat about it. And I think we can sit and talk with him about the news that's going on. Okay, if you do, go on ahead. Here's what I'll do.
Do you have a video you could show?
Check this out. You ready? We'll do a close-up of Jared.
Oh, I'm sorry, folks.
Don't be sorry. This is glorious. Look at that. Man, if I could get that edged in just right. Look at that. It's all me.
Awesome.
But
I'm going to be right back.
Holly has to go out and check on some stuff. She has to do some stuff. But while we do that, I'm going to set up, and I'm going to get this sent over to our Sifu right now. I'm going to get that done. May as well let the little dog in. But what's that? Nah, no one's in there. Everyone's gone. I'll get this set up, get this punched over to him. But we'll chat about that some more. But kind of stuff we have in the news, we got some local stuff. I mean, a guy got 3 life sentences here in Utah. It's awful. What he did, he fully deserves it, 100%. This isn't one of those. This isn't one of those traps like they're getting out of January 6th. Sorry, guys. This is for real. Yeah. But anyways, Holly will be back, so you guys get to deal with me for a minute while I do this stuff and manage multimedia stuff. But anyways, yeah, I don't know what to kill time with. I don't want to go into the juicy stories while Holly's doing that, but yeah, we got lots of stuff to talk about. I'll just go ahead and pop this in right now. I still look, John Curt from the Democrats to the Republicans, that may have been an honest move. I don't want to disparage him, but I still have quite a few questions about this, about his move into the Republican caucus. Now, he brought some of his Democrat ideals with him over when he went in there, such as climate change. And I do believe we do need to have a management of climate change.
Well,
but
I want to talk about this.
I don't think we need to go ridiculous about it.
So this was an interesting article, and
Yes.
I just have to say that Representative John Curtis, he went there and was ridiculed by
He
the
stepped
left.
up to the plate for us.
He was ridiculed, and what his whole goal is to say that, hey, Republicans want a clean environment too. Republicans want common sense, because like I said, if you try to get rid of fossil fuels just completely by 2050, that is an impossible venture. I mean, if you think about it, every product you make is made somehow
Everything.
possible
Oil touches
by oil.
everything.
And we don't want to. And he also was advocating for a study done on the United States and our personal effects on climate change and what we're doing. So, so that we can gauge the world. before we say China has to drop oil and all this. We need to make sure that our United States is showing what changes are we making and what's the effect of that change, because our air quality has improved across the United States. And I mean, there's a lot of things, even under Trump leaving the Paris Accord, there was a lot of change that happened on behalf of the United States. And I think that we all believe that we should have a clean environment, and we all believe, Republican or Democrat, I think every human wants to make sure that we have a safe and clean environment, clean drinking water. It's just common sense to me. And I think that John Curtis went there trying to advocate for that. And at first wasn't perceived great, but has slowly been able to get more people on board with him. And so I appreciate that. I don't know how that article actually, the title, I mean, according to what it actually says, did you think the title actually made him look good or bad?
I don't know. We're calling Dan in right now. So
Okay, show me the.
yeah, I'm going to pull it up here in just 1 second. And Dwayne is not available. Okay. All right. When he becomes available, we'll pull him in. He'll be a part of our little show here.
Okay.
Anyways.
Okay,
So it says Rep. John Curtis defends clean fossil fuels at contentious climate conference. Now he's our 3rd district congressional congressman, and there is questions he might throw in the game for Senate. Now John Curtis was a Democrat up until 2006, then he slid over to the Republican Party, and then he started up the Republican Climate Caucus shortly after that. But here's what it says in the article. It says, Rep. John Curtis said fossil fuels are an essential part of a clean energy transition after his trip to the annual United Nations Climate Conference, even as international delegates and activists protest the lack of commitments to phase out fossil fuels. I just want to say this. I know everyone's saying Europe has to step up. Europe gave up. Europe has given up on their sovereignty, on their ability.
They've sold freedom.
Yeah, they've given up. And they gave up a long time ago. I think World War I scared them so bad that they just gave up. But there's still a few places in Europe that we might possibly maintain a stronghold. Poland and Hungary and maybe Czechoslovakia. They're all
Finland.
in Eastern Europe. Maybe Finland. Finland just elected a radical in there. Canada has given up. Canada has... they've given right up.
So what I think, too, that needs to come to the bottom of this is the protesters that say you lack a commitment to phase out fossil fuels. That doesn't make sense. And let's just be honest, to phase them out forever until new technology or something as efficient as fuel, and even clean burning fuels like natural gas. This has to exist if you want air conditioning and if you want to drive a car. I mean, these things, reality, unless we get totally new technology, this is what we're leaving. And so we just got to find ways to, and even nuclear energy has been brought up in the past, and it used to be demonized. And now they're actually talking about nuclear energy, which, great. It burns clean. It's good. Mm-hmm. Let's see what the screen is doing.
All right. Our technological Sifu is in the house now. Can you hear us, Dan? Oh, sorry, Dwayne. I don't know why I called you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can. All right.
Hi, Dwayne.
We're just talking about John Curtis's visit to Dubai to talk about.
Oh, Dubai.
Yeah.
Yeah, he attended the climate event, and John Curtis actually was trying to convince folks that you can't phase out fossil fuels 100%.
Not
And we were
yet.
just discussing that, of course, and what I was going to get to is people are protesting because of his take on it. And the truth is, people are going to protest anyway, no matter what, because he has to be all or nothing, and that's not even reasonable in the current state of this nation. It's just not.
No.
We need fossil fuels.
In John Curtis's defense, he's trying to do the best he can, and he thinks we all need to be taking part in this climate stuff, otherwise we'll
Sure.
get shut out of the conversation. But so his heart's in the right place.
Well, and
I
that's what I
agree.
was saying. I was saying, the way the article, the top of it, the headline didn't seem kind. But I think what John Curtis was doing is he went into a place that was quite contentious as a Republican and saying, listen, we're Republicans. We believe in a clean world, a clean environment too. We should be a part of the conversation. And he's actually won over some hearts and minds over there. And he's actually building a group that are actually on his side. But he'll never convince the protesters.
That's what we're looking at. And I'm backing John Curtis's play on this. One, fossil fuels, until we come up with hydrogen transportable fuel cells or something, are going to have to be a part of the picture because they're transportable. You watch any of the numbers when it comes to heavy haul trucks, semi trucks, what they would take to function is gigawatts, and whole power plants don't produce the power it would take to run one truck. And those trucks deliver your food, your medicine, your clothing, everything you need in life. And, how do we replace that? Obviously, they could replace glasses with glass and metal like they were built before that. But everything nowadays, we are a petroleum-based global economy. How many people would die the first month?
That's a good question.
That's the question. And then how would the earth be doing absorbing that large amount of death and decay?
Well, cities would fall for sure. Industries would fall.
Yeah, I know. It's a good thing cities aren't falling now. Anyways,
So, Dwayne, tell us about this exciting journey you've dragged us along with you
yes.
that we're
Well,
so honored to be a part of.
First, I got to thank you guys, Jared and Hall. You guys are my heroes. Okay, I totally appreciate what you're doing, and we're starting something new here, and we are so glad you're working with us. Okay,
Thank you.
I mean, and you got to know, you guys, we're live on the website and on Twitter and on Rumble, on YouTube, so you better watch what you say so we don't get shadow banned. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah. We haven't said any of the no words,
I got a shock, and if I have to push it, he'll zap.
but I will spit facts when it comes to government doing something and then a whole bunch of bad stuff happens.
Well, and I had to make a bunch of adjustments, to all this technology. I'm amazed at what this stuff does, but some days are better than others. So, I actually ended up putting the YouTube broadcast on the website instead of the live broadcast from Restream, but it's all going to work out. That's why we're doing this. Okay, we're just testing that. Yeah.
I know we've got probably a month until we actually have a system figured out.
Hey,
Yeah, but
I'm excited.
By the first year, we'll be doing better.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think we need to find a teenager that knows what stuff does and hire them to do the button pushing over here in the house. Like have him sit over there in the corner. I might chain him to the wall. I might not.
I have a
don't know.
teenager that lives at my house.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to conscript a bunch of interns, high school kids and college kids. And
Perfect.
so we're just going to dial this in because, there's a big group of people that are involved in this. It's the Steve Aist and Roy Piscatalo. They're doing their election integrity stuff. We get John Twitchell, who's talked with John. And then we have you and Holly.
Yes.
And we have a medical group. They're going to be talking about health, and that's the Lori Gagan group. I forget what they're going to call themselves, like the Health Crusaders or something. And we got Lowell Nelson and Delaney. We just have a whole slew of people that are going to be having shows on here. And you guys are our guinea pigs. God bless you. God bless you.
We're so
laugh.
excited.
We're so excited. And when we met with all of you, and it's just so nice to have, I brought this up with Trent Staggs, but just this common sense is so lost on the public. And you don't, we're considered radicals because we just want to get back to America First principles and to meet folks that are our neighbors and who also have, you know, they have interest in politics and some have none, but they need to know what's going on because of the climate we're in politically, and politics affects every branch of your life. And the more local you get, the more control you get of what happens in your life. I truly believe that. And we're just so excited to be in a platform that's not censoring us and is going to let us be us. And we're with people who feel that are doing the exact same things. We're excited to support you, and we're excited to be on your team.
What was it Plato said? You may not be interested in politics, but politics is interested in you.
Oh boy, I was going to say that. You beat me to it, Jared. And
you nerds.
You know, we started this team of creators and hosts, and we're just a bunch of misfits, okay? Because people all across the state, and we're trying to be Utah centric, but we're affected by so many things. I mean, listening to Trent Staggs, it's like we need somebody in Washington. Although, you know, I have my doubts about Washington. I do know that I can have an.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Oh, dog.
That's the guard dog. She's guarding the house.
She's very
I
tough.
met your dog, Jared. Dangerous, vicious, nasty, tiny killer.
What, did she go after one of your horns or something?
No, she just
barks.
She thought she heard something, and so now I got to hold her. But she's staring at the door, so.
Oh, she did hear something.
Yep, they're home. Okay, I've got to step out for a second.
But you and I talked, Dwayne, because you were talking about you've got some questions about Washington. So I'm sorry. Go on.
I don't know what I can do about Washington. Right? I can have an effect here, and I do know we need people like Trent Staggs, and there's the Senate race is like, man,
it's a tough one.
It's a plurality. We'll put it that way. There's 10 people. I don't know exactly how many. Do you know, Holly, how many people are running?
As of right now, I think we've got 6. But I don't have it right. I don't have the numbers in front of me. What I can say is that we've had some exceptional people step up. And I mean, I'm excited about Trent. I'm excited about Carolyn Phippen. I think that, and I haven't actually had. Oh, we've had 3 out. So to our county, but as far as filing, it's been, I think we've got 5 or 6. Again, names I don't have.
Put them all on your show. Bring them all in.
We are putting everyone on. We're going to get Democrats and conservatives, and we want constitutionalists. We want everyone, because our whole goal on this show, like I've said before, is to educate, to inspire, and to empower. And the way that happens is, number 1, educate. And I'm of the belief that learn and then vote, and the order matters. And I say that because I want people to know the names of these people. I want folks, if they want to come and meet them in person, I want to host them. If we're just on the show, great. But we want to make sure that the populace isn't sitting back going, there's an R next to the name, I'll vote for him. Or if there's a D, I'll vote for him. We want them to get to know these public service servants.
Well, and she also forgot one thing. We want to crack wise.
Yeah, we think we're hilarious. I don't know why the world doesn't.
You guys are great. And you know, if you don't throw a little humor in, you know, we're not allowed to have any humor anymore. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We want to make the apocalypse fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So and we got a whole bunch of people, you know, that are joining us, and we started this about 2 years ago. Okay, it was just a wild idea that we should be able to do this, and everybody knows the mainstream media, the KSLs and the Salt Lake Trib and Deseret, ABC4. So, you know, and this little saying that we have is way overused, but we really believe that we're going to bring real, fair, and balanced news and commentary. That's what we want the truth. Okay, so that's why we call ourselves Main Street Media. instead of mainstream
I love
media.
Or at least when it's not fair and balanced, we're coming from an objective. Like if Jared's talking, it's coming from an objective that right now I see the government as an adversary to liberty, as an adversary to living a good life.
Well, it's all about power, and I can't blame them. Power and money, who could blame them? But really, the power should come from us.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really the government gets its power from us. Although,
they forget that.
I have
they've
my doubts.
Forgotten that for a long time.
Dwayne, that Jared and I couldn't be more opposite in a lot of things.
Yeah.
And that's what's funny is
I have long flowing hair. She's going bald. She's an attractive young man, and I'm
an attractive young man, and he's Jared.
And he's Jared.
We that's something that we love, though, that our friendship has been. Like, he challenges me, I challenge him. I have hope. He's a black pill. He's sure that it's all burning to the ground, and I'm trying to inspire hope. I am so actively involved in politics, and he's on the outside looking in, giving perspective that maybe I don't understand or see. But when he opens my eyes to stuff, man, it's pretty it's pretty dark.
I'm a student of history.
He's a savant of history.
Jared, he knew where that quote came from about politics. I mean, he's a historian, okay?
No, and I am not a historian.
No.
Those guys know what they're doing.
I'm here. I have to tell you guys this. When we went to your meeting that night, it was on the way back. My daughter was having a report due in school the next day about Thebes, Thebes government. And I just randomly say, oh, geez, do you happen to know what kind of government Thebes had? And he starts telling me, which era? Was it in the 1500s before Alexander the Great conquered them? Or, they weren't like Athens. And I'm just like, I randomly threw a word out to you, and he could give me, he's a savant of knowledge, of history. So I love history, but he throws stuff out that I can't. I mean, you should read this book and this book. And I'm like, is it on a podcast? Because who has time to read books?
They all say if you're not aware of history, you're going to relive it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
it's
I'm like Jared. I just read a bunch of stuff. I'm not a historian, but I've looked at a lot of history, and I go, wow. I mean, it's like, a couple of weeks back, the big thing on Twitter was on X was, well, all of these men talk about Rome, and I'm going, Rome was fascinating,
right?
Well, and what they don't understand is Rome was a span of thousands of years.
Yeah. They think of it like in a decade.
It was a huge chunk, and it was so important that when it fell, it took us 1,000 years to rediscover indoor plumbing.
And the similarities of when it fell to our time now are frightening. What made it fall?
Everybody knows about Caesar and that, but Rome started out as a republic. They were a republic.
Well, it started out as a monarchy, then went to a democracy and found out how good that was. This is all in a span of like 120 years. And then they went to a republic. But, and this is going to be hard for a lot of people to swallow, all slave states are republics. And I'm not saying that to degrade us, but I'm saying that if you have a part of the population that doesn't receive the same level of rights, you are a republic. But the craziest thing is that when Rome became a democracy, it was worse than any other time.
Well, democracy is mob rule. 51% and they make the rules, okay? And that doesn't help everybody. That's for sure.
Yep.
Well, and when you're dealing with a number of people that don't, look at the vote statistics of how many live in a city and how many actually vote. So not even just mob rule, it's the loudest wheel gets the juice. And when those loud wheels get together, they can impact huge change that the majority doesn't even want, but they're not bothered enough to go to the polls.
Well, and then there's the fourth estate, which is the media. Media puts some on the scale. And it used to be people would say, well, a newspaper can have a 10% effect on an election, okay? That's win and lose. Okay. And now with the social media, it's way worse. It's way worse.
Yes.
And so, really, our philosophy is we're not really right or left with this KMMU thing. Okay. We don't care about ideologies or tribalism or political groups. And we got 10 hosts who want to hear all sides of the story. And this is the problem with the media. You're not hearing all sides.
Right.
Okay. It would really be nice if we could hear all sides, but we don't get that. Okay. So we got 10 people. We're interviewing another 10 people that are going to be doing the same stuff you're doing. We've been hoping to get 10 hours a week, 4 hours. Well, let's see, it would be 20 hours a week, 4 hours a day, Monday through Friday. But it's turning out that we're gonna start filling the airwaves. Okay.
Well, let's say
it's gonna spill over.
we get vote on the first night slot. Our show's normally at night, so
You guys are brave enough. We'll give you any time slot you want. Okay.
6 to 10 slot.
yeah.
Ooh, and then after 9, we drift into aliens and conspiracy and really have fun with it.
Well, yeah, you'll be like Coast to Coast AM.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Art Bell.
Yep.
Well, he had some great callers
But
call in. There was
Bigfoot and
always
aliens.
entertaining.
Well, but people are interested in that too. Bigfoot and aliens. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
seriously though, but nowadays you can be called a conspiracy theorist or you can be called a conspiracy observer, because how many conspiracies, especially government conspiracies, are we seeing actually come to fruition? And a lot of it was because one hand is showing you what to look at while the other hand is doing something
Well-
else, guided by the media. And so I think the American people have had a huge wake-up call over the last few years,
Well,
especially with COVID.
You can track this on Twitter. Is that every time the heir to the king Hunter
Oh, yeah.
gets something come out in the media, this last 2 years there has been a UFO thing going on. Every
Yeah,
time
that's
a
funny.
UFO thing pops up, every
aliens.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aliens coming.
They told the world aliens are real, and America didn't go,
It's
oh
like-
my gosh, it's because they were hammered with COVID, the economy was
Yep.
tanking, and oh, by the way, aliens are real. Look over here.
they're hoping, but I think it's like a weird Project Bluebeam. I think it's a weird one where they're like, okay,
Did you say blue beam?
Bluebeam.
Oh,
Project
Bluebeam,
Bluebeam.
yeah.
That was written
That's
by
it.
a Canadian journalist. It's a whole thing.
no, it's okay. I got it. I thought
Yeah.
you said blue
Well,
beam.
if you think about this, it used to be the difference between conspiracy and truth was maybe a year. Now it's down to 2 months.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
it just cracks me up that they're bringing Alex Jones back on
I know.
Twitter.
He's back. He's
He's back. It's like
He's a
very
star.
weird.
But it's
I've got
weird because there's a lot of his shows, though, that he turned out to be right. There's a lot where he was so off the rails.
Yeah,
but-
yeah, 3 or 4 he was wrong. I want to ask you a question coming from California
Yeah.
and growing up in this time. Did you ever hear of Mae Brussel?
No, I don't know that name.
She was Alex Jones in the 70s.
Okay.
She was a mother that was at home that made these tapes and then released them. You can watch her on YouTube. But it was all about the conspiracy of the government. And it was wild. It's wild. She was anti-Republican at the time, which, Nixon was the president and Vietnam was going on. But yeah, she is Alex Jones in the 70s.
See what I mean? A savant.
Alex Jones has just been right again and again and again. I mean, he does do some goofy stuff, and a lot of it is like I just watched this thing about Minneapolis and the Chauvin trial and I mean, you just don't hear the truth
I
about
know.
these things.
Yep.
I mean, it's called The Fall of Minneapolis, and it's a very interesting story about all of the George Floyd stuff.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's body cams on these cops.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
talked about that last
Wouldn't let
week.
they wouldn't let anybody see it.
Yep.
I'm
The
going,
body cams prior. Yeah.
Yeah, where it's almost like they were looking for some red meat to throw through the, I'm going to say it right now, to the rabid dogs of BLM. And Chauvin came out and he was a chunk of steak, maybe not the cleanest cut, but they threw him over the fence to the rabid dogs, hoping that he would calm him down.
Right into the dogs, yeah.
Yeah, and then thus began the Summer of Love, which by design, I mean, think about it. How many people from the Summer of Love have been arrested, and yet January 6th was one day, and they have focused an entire government on finding those people, and yet there were riots in our city, in Salt Lake City.
In Provo.
Officers were hurt.
My friend Ken Dudley got shot in Provo.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And Ken, if you meet him, Ken shouldn't be one to get shot. He's a very soft-spoken, gentle guy. He's very calm and restrained. And they shot him.
But he just made a wrong turn onto a street where there was a march going on.
Trying to go to Home Depot.
Still, to be shot driving down the street? Anyway, okay.
It's ridiculous.
But back to this, we're doing this long form. We don't really want to be the Glenn Becks or the Jordan Petersons of Utah, but I think that's kind of where we're going. The problem I have with a lot of the news media is you get this little 30-second soundbite and you don't get the story.
Right.
You don't get to hear you don't get a half an hour, 40-minute interview with a guy who's running for the Senate, Trent Stagg. This doesn't happen on television.
It's true.
To sit down with him and really kind of work him over with questions.
Yeah.
And a lot of that.
It's great.
A lot of that is you might have a chance to enlighten him to something he doesn't know. Something in your local area.
What's going to happen? We're going to take some of these long forms and we'll chop the TikToks out of them and play those. I mean, it's the same thing that all of the politicians do. They put their stuff on Instagram. You can't put a 40-minute interview on Instagram, but we can take sound bites out of that and do that because that's what everybody wants to hear. Although, I mean, people have been asking us to do this, and when we tell people about it, they're going, "Well, this is really great." And you mean I can listen? I don't have to listen live? No, we're going to have an archive. We'll have all of this stuff, on an archive page, so you can go look and search through it and find things. And probably we're going to have some of that Art Bell stuff. We'll have some stuff about Bigfoot and aliens. But this is our first week, and God bless you guys. I thank you so much for doing this. Okay.
No, it's a pleasure.
We're having fun.
Yeah.
The technical difficulties abound. It happens to everyone. It happens to Tim Pool. Okay, they have technical glitches. So we're trying to be the voice of Utah, and it's going to spill over because I know the national stuff spills over on us. Okay, you can't avoid it. We're landlocked, so there's at least that.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, you're from this whole other country called California, which I think you have a fascinating life. Just learning a little bit that I did the other night with you. I think you had a really exciting life of.
Well, I did, and it gave me a background in media. I grew up in LA, and we had 8 television stations in LA. No one else had that.
Yeah, we had 3, I think.
I was in Minneapolis. Everybody had ABC, NBC, and CBS. Well, we had KTTV, we had Channel 13, we had all of these other channels. So and what I tell people is by the time I was 12 years old, I'd seen enough media to last a lifetime, including commercials. So it cracks me up the line from The Princess Bride where he goes, "Princess, life is pain. Anyone who tells you differently is trying to sell you something."
It's true. It's true.
Although nowadays with commercials, life is pharmaceuticals, and if there's a commercial, it's pharmaceuticals.
I still have commercials I memorized from my childhood because I saw them so much. I could still memorize them and say them almost word for word. Yep. And yet my children were raised where they could skip a commercial after 3 or 4 seconds. So when they have to sit through a television, my daughter starts to joke around about the side effects after drug commercials. She's like, "Why would anyone take this? It may cause death."
Yeah.
Like what? One of them was a medication for migraines, and at the very end it said "may cause migraines," and she laughed so hard. "Mom, you got to hear this one. This medication." And so we're raising a different era of kid that can skip commercials. So you've got to find a way to get commercials in because you can't do one without the other.
I think it has to be personalized, just like we did our first commercial tonight.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yes,
Jace
That's,
Medical.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a Glenn Beck thing.
Yeah.
Okay?
And
Yeah.
I think it
I just reached out to him because I heard him on a Pat Gray Unleashed show, and they did a show for him. So I reached out to him and asked for a promo code, and because I like the idea of what they have, and it fits in with being prepared and with what we went through after COVID, and just getting me getting medicines. Like, it was all put on hold, and it stung me. And then it freaked me out to know my medicine was coming from China, and that's a whole nother story. But
Yeah.
I thought, I talked about this in our meeting. Like, I want to talk to people about stuff I can really believe in. I don't want to be a liar on here. If it's something that I actually would believe in, I love to talk about it.
That is our goal. We
Right.
just want to bring out the truth, and even if it's a little conspiracy theory, it's facts. We want the truth.
Yeah.
And people are starving for it because they look at what's going on and they go, well, what about this January 6th stuff? Well, what about what? And it goes way back. It goes way back. Just the stuff about the Russia Gate stuff.
Yes.
The Russia, like you said earlier, people still believe that Donald Trump's a Russian agent. Donald Trump. I go back and forth on Trump, okay, but I mean, there are people who think he was a Russian agent.
It's complete
like
insanity.
A total, complete lie.
Yep.
Made up. It was made up out of
Goes
whole cloth.
all the way to the FISA courts and the FBI lying. And
I think the FBI wanted their girl in because she was cut from the same cloth as them, and he was an outsider. They were scared of him. What would he do?
Well, and I hear these people say, well, the FBI, there are good people and bad people there, but it's at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no good people at the top.
I mean, there are no good people. McCabe and Strzok and all of those people, they're
chosen for a reason. It's
Yep.
because
Yeah.
they'll push the agenda.
Power-hungry vampires.
And it makes our electeds obsolete because
Well-
it's the bureaucrats that keep their job, whether the elected wins or not. No matter what party's in
That's right.
power, those bureaucrats still have a job.
they stay. They've
Yep.
been there for 30 years and they're not going away.
And
okay?
and I was saying in that show that the American government is the number one employer in this country.
Yep.
And that should terrify every one of us.
Yep.
It really
Well-
should. Why do we need government this bloated and this big? And yet, how many people in this country rely on it for their income?
Oh yeah, and I used to say, well, I'm a small L libertarian. I'm neither a Democrat nor a Republican. I'm a small L libertarian, and what that means is, okay, we'll have a little bit of government, but not that anarchy stuff. Okay?
Yeah.
And then I look around and I go, but wait a minute, we have anarchy.
Yeah. Well, we have anarcho-tyranny.
Yes.
And
Well,
that's...
and I mean, even in the streets, you see all of these big cities that you look at what's going on in New York and even Minneapolis, where I was actually born in Minneapolis and my mom and dad moved out right after the war, and so World War II, by the way, that was a long time ago, and people look at me and they go, gee, Dwayne, you're old. What do you know about the internet? Well,
You know a lot.
You've heard my retort. You've heard my retort. The devil knows more because he's old than because he's the devil.
It's
Yep.
so good.
And I'm not saying I'm the devil, but I am old, okay? And I've seen a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
You have a fascinating life.
Yes.
I love it. And I just saw in LA where all the freeways were stopped to climate protesters.
Oh my God! I
And
saw that.
what's going to happen when somebody gets mad enough and plows through them?
Wasn't there
Well, there
those
were
two
some
girls?
guy in a truck did that. He ran over a guy.
Yeah.
you know?
Wasn't there those two girls that got hit by that Haitian immigrant? Their names?
But what jury is going to...
Their names were Summer and Love when they were protesting for BLM during the summer.
I'm just saying, once, you're going to stop a doctor from getting to an important surgery. You're going to stop a police officer getting to an important crime. with that type of behavior. And it's just, I mean, you see it in Europe where they're literally physically removing, people are getting out of their cars
We're in the clown
and
world.
moving them.
Yeah.
And then they're gluing themselves on a freeway. You think, where? First of all, I want to meet your parents and slap them in the face.
I need to do a follow-up on that guy that glued himself to the freeway.
To the raceway?
Oh,
that I
man.
think he lost his hand. I think they were saying you're going to lose your hand from this.
But who?
Well, yeah.
What do they
had
think?
to chisel him out.
Yeah,
You know?
and here's what bothers me. Half the people you're blocking probably agree with you in LA about climate change and about all of that.
Yes, it's
and they
true.
would
It's
probably
true.
support you. What you're doing is you're turning them off and you're kicking them out, and they're not going to, I mean, they're going to sit there in traffic. It's already hell in LA.
They just want to go to work.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I left. But I mean, it's like you keep honking, I'm reloading. okay?
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, hey, do you mind if we go through a little video with you real quick?
Well, I don't know why not.
All right, so
We're getting short on time. You
Yes.
see, this is what's happened. People are going to run out of time and they're going to go, I want more.
well,
Oh my goodness, I never
continue
thought.
it next week. This one's important to me because I think, my honest opinion, my no BS opinion is our education system is the enemy of the people right now.
It's compromise for sure.
I think it's the complete enemy. And so we're going to play this. This is Fareed Zakaria,
yeah.
CNN guy. And here's what he said the other day. We'll see if this will.
I'm watching. So go ahead.
Of course, we got to go through a commercial first. So we'll turn off the sound while it gives us a commercial.
See, skip.
I don't see a skip for
I
it.
know.
I don't know how to.
It's a forced commercial.
I know they're forcing us to do it. Too bad it's not a Viagra number or something that I can tease. This is a man show commercial.
This is Amazon, right?
Yeah,
It's a movie on Amazon, so-
Reacher. It's
See, I'm watching and I'm seeing another commercial. So
oh,
Here it is.
The world looks at with admiration and envy.
let me
Elite universities
adjust
would
the
long have been at the top of that list.
audio here.
But the American
Oh, I see
public
it.
has
It's
been
Amazon
losing
Prime. Oh, here
faith
we
in
go.
these universities for good reason. 3 university presidents came under fire this week for their vague and indecisive answers when asked whether calling for the genocide of Jews
All right.
would violate
Cue the
their
mic.
institutions' codes of conduct. But to understand their performance, we have to understand the broad shift that
We got to talk for a second about that.
has taken place
What do you
at
guys?
elite
What do you guys think about that? That congressional testimony those guys gave. What are your thoughts on that? Because let's remember, these colleges have been shutting down conservatives for the last 15 years. When conservatives go there, they have riots. They
Time
shut
out.
them down.
Did you hear that part of the video where he talked about the congressional meetings with college presidents? Did you hear any of the video? Dwayne?
I did not.
Yeah, I don't
I
think you
did-
heard
Okay.
it. So we'd have to start.
We do have to pause it every once in a while. Otherwise, we could get a strike for.
So he's referring
Things of
to.
America's greatest strengths, the kind of assets the world looks
Can you hear
at
it?
with admiration and envy.
on.
America's elite universities
No,
would
and I've
long
got
have been
my,
at the
my
top
audio
of that
turned off
list.
from the YouTube because I'm listening to you guys. So,
Oh, let's see.
but I was expecting to hear it come through your mics.
It should be coming through.
Yeah, it's
our
coming through my
mics.
headset.
Yeah, it should. Let's see.
Not
But the
hearing
American
it.
public
How about
has been
now?
losing faith in these universities for good reason.
Nope.
3 university presidents.
And it's,
Anyways,
hang on a second. Let me turn the volume on here and see. Try it again.
okay.
Came under fire this week for their vague and indecisive answers when asked whether calling
Oh,
for
it's
the
finally
genocide
now
of
I'm
Jews
a few seconds
would
behind.
violate their institutions' codes of conduct. But to understand their
I hear it.
performance, we have to understand
So what he's talking about is when those university presidents, what was it, Penn, Harvard, and
New York.
yeah,
NYC.
and NYU or NYC went before Congress and talked about how they're allowing the
Pro-Palestinian.
pro-Palestinian marches on there. But when the colleges over the last like 15 years have notoriously allowed anti-conservative marching. And this Fareed Zakaria he's a progressive guy. He works at CNN, but he asked the question on here.
Well, you asked, what did we think of that hearing? And I thought it was disgusting.
Okay.
And the reason I thought it was disgusting, because these students who pay good money to be there were being threatened, and those who were threatening them, and I mean physical harm, potential death, death threats, and they were Jewish students, and they pleaded with the university to help or to stop it or to at least keep them.
They were afraid for their lives.
Yes.
Yes.
And they called out the code of conduct, which is written very clearly to protect all these groups. But here's a group getting singled out and getting threatened, and they can't confirm or deny whether or not it violates the code of conduct. And I thought, first of all, spineless. Second of all, my thought went, my daughter wants to be a doctor. She has to go to a university. I need to find one that is going to teach her how to be a doctor and not how to be one of these people
I would try South Korea or India.
Who's going to be just an insane person. And then my son, I'm thinking trade school it is, because I mean he'll do great and he'll excel. Colleges are horrific, and yet they used to be one of the most free speech environments there was.
Yeah. Well,
Berkeley. When I was a kid, Berkeley, I see, my story. I started out as a communist, okay?
Right.
And we were marching in the streets. And it's really funny how free speech only applies if you agree with whoever's deciding what's free and not, okay? Wait a minute. No, free speech is, there are no boundaries. There are no boundaries on free speech. None. And what that does, when you talk and the speech is free, then the ideas actually get bandied about and a debate occurs.
Yeah.
But when they try to shut you up,
truth comes out with free speech.
This is what is it, Herbert Marcuse's?
Come forward.
Yeah. And you said it when we had the meeting with you guys, is we don't care about your truth, my truth. We just want the truth, because truth doesn't change. Whether you like it or not, truth doesn't give a crap about your feelings. And that's absolutely, and you had experience in a communist country, and you got to feel firsthand what free speech will get you. It'll get you a jail cell.
Are you talking about
California? Was being interrogated by the Stasi.
Yeah. Russia, right? Well, I guess it was Germany.
Communist East Germany.
Germany. And that'll slap the freedom-loving American into you to have.
Well, yeah, they said it's a good thing you have this American passport, or you'd be in prison right now. And they said, don't you ever come back here? And I said, don't worry, I'm not coming back.
Right. And that was because you were speaking freely and you were educating people on free thought. Which,
well, it wasn't even free thought. I mean, I was telling them, I own a '67 Chevy, and they go, well, how many of you live in your apartment? Just me, all by myself. Well, how many of you does it take to keep that car running? I go, man, I rebuilt that engine. It runs really good.
Right.
Yeah.
And these were kids who thought that all that went on in the United States was slavery. They were convinced that I lived in a slave state.
Well, that is what the USSR pushed out. I mean, for anyone out there listening, and I'm sure we'll do a show on this one day, you had the McCarthy hearings that got made a joke by the Democrats, but a little bit after that, a little gaggle of white papers came out called the Venona Papers or the Venona Files.
Yeah, McCarthy may have been right.
McCarthy was 100% right. And McCarthy never went after any actors. He only went after politicians and government entities. It was other actors that went after it, and the Democrats really pushed it hard. They were trying to deface him. So they would do something, and then the media, even back then, would put it out that McCarthy was doing it. But
it was the original cancel culture, okay?
Well, now, bring this back, because we're going off the rails, back to universities. That's what it used to be, where you could actually protest your government, protest this war, and actually stand up. And liberal wasn't a swear word. back then.
No,
liberal was a whole different type of person, someone who wanted to live and let live.
Liberal means from
Free speech.
yes, it
Free
means
speech.
individual. It means individual, all your individual rights, your individual right to speech. Liberal comes from the Lockean view. It's what it means. It wasn't until FDR came out and laid a whole bunch of those freedoms down that he called himself a liberal. That's when it started bleeding over.
But I mean, the whole political spectrum. You go far enough around to the left, and you meet the guys on the right coming the other way. And I mean, really, probably Roosevelt was more of a progressive than a liberal.
Oh, he was 100% progressive, but he called himself liberal.
Yeah, and we're seeing that all you have to do is change the definition of things. And that's what we're seeing. I mean, even Webster's is going along with some of it. And it's insane because it's not truth.
How about the changing
it's
of
English
what?
language. How do you change words?
How about how they changed what?
doublespeak.
How about they changed what fascism is? That's crazy. Fascism, Mussolini would read that and go, this isn't what I want. This isn't my plan. And they go, no, but this is what the Democrats want to call Republicans, so we've labeled it that. But anyways, we're not going to watch any more of the video. I'm going to go on to say, he mentions in there that the colleges have done away with excellence for progressive ideals, for DEI. He dogs DEI in this. Fareed Zakaria, he comes out and he's spitting facts. And I'm wondering, are we about to see CNN of the mid-90s back, where it was just kind of a news source that played in airports every day?
That would be nice.
They've lost a lot of credibility.
That would be wild, wouldn't it?
They have lost so much credibility. And I think secretly they kind of wish there's another Trump election, because that was their whole news
that
source.
was their whole story.
Yeah.
Trump. It
And
was so
MSNBC.
funny. Going, you guys are promoting him. Don't you know that? Don't you understand?
Oh,
that you're
they
him?
could feel the money coming in. And they've had Vivek. They had Vivek in a town hall, and I think he did an excellent town hall in spite of the person interviewing him. He had to educate her a little bit, and she wasn't having it. And CNN gets backlash because they had a town hall with Donald Trump, and yet they're making money off of something like that.
They got ratings that night. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, how crazy is it that they are? I don't know. I'm wondering if CNN's not going to have a sea change from this. CNN, how many of our different establishments have lost credibility? Our medical field is in
Did you hear Van
shatters.
Jones talking about Vivek?
No.
They just demonize everybody. It was venom about Vivek coming from Van Jones, and it's like, who's the real dividers here? Who's really dividing us? Okay.
Well, they're the vanguard of the tyrannical government.
Yes, they are. They're the cheerleaders, and when you hear it cracks me up whenever you hear one of those compilations where they're all saying this exactly the same. You get 100 news talking heads, and they're all saying exactly the same mockingbird stuff.
Well, I want to bring it back to one thing, just to put a thought in your head.
Okay.
So the FBI.
That's a dangerous idea. Don't put any thoughts in your head.
The FBI is, for lack of a better word, corrupt on the top. The media is corrupt. I would say all of your bureaucracies are corrupt. And Fareed hit the nail on the head. Where do all of those people come from? And they all come from the colleges. They all come from this higher education.
Is that how you're going to end the show?
And now you see this stuff about Harvard and Penn, and the lady who's the president of Harvard has all of her stuff.
Her plagiarism,
Plagiarized. And if a student did that, they'd be pilloried.
It's good for thee and not for me. And that's been our country this last 10 years.
It's not just that, but she got tenure with, I think, 5 peer-reviewed articles or journals, when the average tenure has 100 and something.
100, yeah. I think the number was 11.
Yeah,
What I heard.
so
Is she in the DEI,
doesn't matter.
DEI character
She
category?
is a token president.
Yeah.
That's all she is. She is just so Harvard can say, look at how progressive we are. Hey, you know what? Let's go progressive. I mean, let's tear it down. You know what? Let's bring on the super hard times so that we can bring on the strong men to make good times again.
Harvard has.
Jared, I'm sorry, you're sounding like an anarchist. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with you, but
Yeah.
like
Well,
I said, I used to draw the line at anarchy until I looked around and saw it everywhere. Going, oh.
Well, what is anarchy? Anarchy only means without rulers. That's all it means.
I think of it as without government.
Yeah,
without
but it
rulers.
just means without rulers.
Yeah.
But you'll always have a ruler, whether it be your job, whether it be your wife. Thank you.
Both of those are voluntary rulers.
Yes.
True.
We accept.
But you
We
can't
accept.
survive if you can't make money, and that's where anarchy
But
gets in
that's still
trouble
a
because that's where
voluntary-
crime happens.
That's a voluntary association. Right now, can I tell Joe Biden, you know what? I don't like the way you do this. I'm done.
Yeah, you can. I'd like to see you. Like by what? Not paying your taxes?
Pick any way you want.
Be a sovereign
Yeah.
government?
How about just building a building and not getting the regulatory compliance?
Joe Biden doesn't have anything to do with it. That's your local leadership.
Sure,
Yeah, and
sure.
you can't.
Sure, but
It is 6.
that's all anarchy means. Now, technically,
Do we have to get off now?
yeah, we have to pop out.
Oh, it's 6 o'clock.
goes
I didn't
fast.
even realize.
So
All
much.
right.
No wonder I'm hungry.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
I'm
me
heading
too.
with the girlfriend. It's her son's birthday, and we're going to go have a birthday dinner.
Oh, how
Oh,
fun.
good for you.
I know. He wants to go to Chuckarama.
I'm going to go home and play Call of Duty.
Hey,
I'm
yeah.
going to go eat because I'm starving.
Yes.
And you guys, you did an amazing job. And to take 4 hours out of your day, God bless you.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Well, we commonly do it all the time. Anyway, this was easy. It's just learning new programs. I've got a lot to learn.
I'm going to dial you in, Jared, and you're going to be doing just fine.
I think you'd be better off hiring a teenager to come figure this out. I am a caveman. I have evolved just past the club and the cave. That's true. I haven't quite evolved yet.
Okay, we're
it's
going to call
tough.
you Neanderthal man.
Oh,
all
dude,
right?
seriously, I'm the Dennis Sullivan. I am the missing link.
Hey, I appreciate everybody who stayed on with us and put
Yes.
up with us through our mishaps and our fun. But I had a great time. I
Oh, me
appreciate
too.
Trent Staggs being on.
Yes.
I appreciate Gouge being
Yeah.
on.
Yes.
And I appreciate Dwayne being on.
Yes.
And,
And everyone, TrentStaggs.com, KMMU.org. Go check it out, visit, see if there's other shows on there you like. Jump on this bandwagon. With a good audience, this will only be
It's only going to get better.
a well-run
Right.
system. And what is our...
And it was great tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is
you're
our-
still on X. You're still broadcasting live on X. And,
Oh, yeah.
And Rumble was glitchy tonight. Okay.
Yeah.
The audio was stuttering.
Well, Rumble's been getting beat up over the last,
They've been getting
3
hammered.
weeks? And then remember, go to Jace Medical for all of your medical preparedness needs. Use promo code JAM-1615 if you've got a prescription, if you've got, you just want to have an emergency stash, go there and check it out. Get on top of that. I mean, that is a really forgotten about thing. And I know a lot of doctors will sometimes prescribe you out 3 months, but how would it be to get 12 months out of that deal?
or how would it be to get like some antibiotics that will treat some
100%.
severe infection that
100%.
you may not have a doctor available to treat. So,
Yep.
Dwayne, you're amazing, and we really
Yes, sir.
appreciate Main Street.
Well, it's the Mutual Admiration Society. Thank you guys very much.
Heck yeah.
I'm going to go eat.
Dwayne,
eat.
have a good night.
Bon
Thank you.
appetit.
Everyone for...
We'll see you next.
Oh,
Bye, Dwayne, and everybody. We love you. Thank you for tuning in.
yep.
And 4 hours went by really fast. I'm
It
actually
always
surprised.
does. It always does. Thanks again. if you have anything you want to send out to us, find us on Facebook and KMMU, whatever. If you got any news stories you want us to look at. Next week we have
Carolyn.
Yep, we have Carolyn Fippen. And if any news comes up, you could imagine we'll pull someone in to talk about that because